All right, I'm calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, June 8th. May we get a roll call, please?
Student trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Here.
Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson.
Here.
Trustee Duran.
Here.
Vice President Doss.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here.
Hey, we're all here. You can join me to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we have our mission and vision statement and meeting norms read, please? For the last time by our two current student board members.
Yes. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are to maintain a focus on what is best for our students, to ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, to endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students, and to make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. There was no action taken in closed session. We need to approve our agenda for this evening.
I move that we approve this evening's agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, student trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
Vice President Doss, we begin with you.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
The agenda passes unanimously, so we now move to our spotlight, which is brought to you tonight by our two soon to depart student board members.
Thank you. So we were asked to make this video to commemorate this year, and Leo's going to share his screen.
Yeah, I just want to say huge thanks to Colin O'Brien for filming and editing this video completely. He's a fellow senior and a good friend of Audrey and ours who's been working for the district on projects like this. Student board member video, take one. No, that's a, so you can.
We're making a funny.
We're going, no, cut that out, cut that.
Should I redo?
If you want, redo. Take it.
Do you want to go first? Which bylaws? There was a lot.
Hey, my name is Leo Corso Clark, pronouns he, him, his. I'm a senior at Albany High School and I'm one of the student board members on the AUSD Board of Education.
Hi, my name is Audrey Mello. My pronouns are she, her. I am also a senior and the other student board member. And I remember showing up to my first board meeting. It was on the first day of school sophomore year, and the other student board member and I at the time, Michaela, were sitting outside the city council chambers, and we had to call the previous student board members who were in college at that time. We were like, what do? We don't know what we're doing, and we were completely lost. But it's nice looking back on that. To the end of that year, I realized that it was something that I wanted to keep doing and was something that could have an impact and was something that I really loved.
I think before I got to the board, I sort of had an idea of the things I wanted to do and the changes I wanted to see, but at the same time, a lot of it was based on my own experience. And being a student board member, you talk to a lot of students, not just as like a classmate, but as someone who's actively gathering input on school board issues. And I think just being on the board really expanded my mind and to sort of see all the different sort of areas and issues that maybe I hadn't experienced myself, but were things that other students were concerned about. And it just made me a much more critical, open-minded thinker in general, hearing from all the different experiences while I was representing students on the board.
We worked through different things like budget cuts, classroom overcrowding specifically at the middle school, and also looking at the different models for the kindergarten classes. So going all the way down to back when I was in kindergarten, I had to put myself in that position of what would I have thought, what would my parents have thought, what was our experience, what would other people's experiences be.
Do you guys have any fun memories?
I remember the first time a meeting went until 1 a.m. and the second time a meeting went until 1 a.m. and the third time.
It is really fulfilling looking back on something we worked on and having it be in its final form, like school reopening, people going back to school and knowing that like we tried to work on that as much as we could. Or yeah, that's a good feeling.
Do you remember when we were first working on the local control and accountability plan, and we were supposed to meet with the assistant superintendent to talk about our plan for how we wanted to sort of gather student input and work on the LCAP. And we met at lunch in the library, and we sit down, and Michaela, the former student board member, she looks at both of us and she goes, "Okay guys, what the heck is an LCAP? Well, you've got a meeting in 20 minutes.
How do you guys feel about leaving the board?
I think every other Tuesday now I'm gonna feel like I have somewhere to be and I'm not gonna know what to do with myself.
I'm really proud of the mental health days initiative that we did, just because, you know, it came completely from students, which is not usually what happens. It was just really satisfying to see it come just from all the way from just like students voicing their concerns to an actual sort of tangible policy change that would really help a lot of students.
This board specifically and this district is so receptive to the student opinion and student board members generally. I don't think we could have done any of this without the district office and Superintendent Wells and the board and the community and parents being really supportive of our ideas and just trusting that students have an opinion
worth listening to
Yeah.
and worth influencing decisions.
So thank you for that, because couldn't have done any of this without that support. I think we can end off this year with like feeling proud. We definitely made mistakes and we weren't perfect, but we tried our best. And
We did our best.
that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Thank you for watching. Yeah, we filmed that in Audrey's house. Both of us are fully vaccinated, in case you were wondering, as was Colin. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we have a whole recognition item that is following this, but before we do that, I wanted to give, so that will be the chance for board members to talk about how much we're going to miss you and how great you are. But since you made a video about your experience on the board, I thought first maybe we could see if folks have questions about your experience on the board and your contributions before we move on to the celebratory phase. Yeah, Trustee Duron.
You two talked about your most fondest experience was spending 1 o'clock in the morning with the rest of the board members. That's pretty nice of you to say that. I wonder if you could just, once again, educate all of us, just tell us specifically some of the things that you move forward this year for all the students in Albany.
Valeria, you're gonna have to help me out here. So we did I think the first thing we did this year was the state seal of civic engagement, which we got our graduation cords for just this past week. And then we did mental health days recently. We put on a forum for student reopening for COVID-19. Leo, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, we spoke to a lot of students regarding the LCAP. We did like a larger survey, but then also sort of just talk to people in general about issues they saw and like their experiences throughout high school from different age group, which is like very interesting hearing all the things that like a sophomore has to say compared to a senior on what they see as like the big issues that affected them. In high school, I feel like I'm forgetting something. There was the big.
We did this student engagement survey, which got like 2,000
Right.
responses, I think, from like 4th grade up until 12th grade. So.
Yeah. And also this summer, actually, the Student Advisory Committee, the SAC, which we reported on earlier, is going to start meeting. They're doing, we're calling it a boot camp, but it's sort of like a orientation kickoff with a group of students, both the new student board members, who all of you will meet shortly, and also some of the candidates who interviewed that, and of course our director of student services, who has been extremely resourceful and supportive. Alexia Ritchie has been helping us a lot with that, and so we're excited to sort of see that take off right as we're leaving.
And I know you also had more applications for student board members than we have ever had in the past, which I think speaks to the job that you both have been doing over the past year. Can you let us know if there are things that you hoped to do or that you hope to see the board carry forward that you didn't quite get to finish?
I think there's some things that are happening, like some bills that are happening at the state level that we could look at and are like, oh, that would be cool to do in Albany. But something like Leo shared SB 14. There's like mental health boards and student mental health boards and different things like that that we're following, that we're excited to see if that happens and how that can be incorporated in Albany.
Yeah, and we talked to sort of each Taka and Allison, who are the new student board members, about things that they were interested in, as well as stuff that's already happening or going through a certain process at the high school. I know IIC has been looking at making ethnic studies a mandatory class for graduation at high school, which I think is really cool, and might get passed into law this year for the entire state of California. There was one other thing. Oh, the Career Technical Education Committee. We've brought that up a lot, but in IIC, at least this past year, sort of post-high school preparedness beyond sort of like the typical 4-year track has gotten a lot of attention, and hopefully that'll get the attention of not just IIC and the high school, but the board as well, because that was another thing that a lot of students spoke about. But sort of, again, we could probably go on and on, but Audrey mentioned earlier the student engagement surveys, where we got thousands of responses across all grades in the district. And I think that there's a lot of information there, and a lot of the stuff that we sort of thought would be cool but didn't really get the chance to do is reflected in what students really voiced as their concerns and what they would like to see prioritized. And I think that the SAC and the new student board members are going to take a good hard look at that and start bringing that stuff to the board's attention.
Awesome. Thank you for spotlighting yourselves. So now we are all going to go on and on about you for a little bit. I'm going to start connect with Dr. Wells, who will kick off our recognition of the two of you, and then we'll meet our new incoming student board members.
As a token of our appreciation and what you so rightfully earned, we have recognition awards for you tonight. I would like to first present you with the awards, meaning that we're going to put them on a screen to show what's going to be delivered to your home. And then after that, I'd like to turn it back over to our President Hinckley so that she can facilitate a roundtable process where board members can talk about what they appreciated about your service this year for Leo and for Trustee Mala over the last 3 years of service, which is amazing, her sophomore year and into her senior year. And so I want to kick it off and continue to talk while Ms. Shin gather up the awards so that she can show them to you so you can see what they look like and she can read what's on them because we think it's reflective of what you are. To us, you are our shining star. And that's the star that sits way above. You were a model to the elected officials on the board of how to be a board member and how to conduct oneself with a lot of dignity and diplomacy. You guys were exemplified that, not in your rhetoric, but in your action. And we want to pause to say we noticed, and we want to thank you for the kind of maturation you exhibited. You set a new standard and a bar that's almost impossible to follow, I think, for the incoming school board trustees, but yet it's a model and a standard that they can strive to. And for that, we want to take a time out to say thank you and recognize you in the way of presenting you with this award. Ms. Shin, are you ready?
I am ready.
So the first award, we're going to go to Trustee Leo Corzo Clark. We present to you. And if you would be so kind and I can put it up so we all can see it.
Oh, no, it's not going to. Hang on one second. I have a virtual screen, and so it's going to be.
And I'm sitting here saying, what an amazing view you have, Ms. Shin.
I have to admit, I'm not in. I'm sorry, one moment.
The background would have been just perfect. I'm like, wow, what a view.
Let me see if I can do it this way.
Nope. It's not working. You got to show, now you got to show the real background.
I know. Give me one moment, Dr. Wells. I'm sorry. And I'll change my background.
Okay. And so, you know, this adds to the suspense. What is it we're getting?
Here we go. Can I first say, tell you that, Leo, I did get you one. I know you want it.
Was that a nice surprise? Yes, it was. You get to take that off to college. And at some point, you're going to let us know publicly where you're going. So if you could put that on the screen and I can read it, or you can read it to us, Ms. Shin.
Yes. This says, can you guys see it? You're a star. Leo Corzo Clark, AUSD Student Board Trustee, 2020 to 2021. Your leadership has served as an example to all.
So I give that to.
Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
Next, we have a 3-term school board trustee before us. You see your name tag, Trustee Mala? And so for you, we decided to get you the same award, but just put an extra 10 pounds on it so it's heavier, but for the extra years you served. And so if you'd be so kind, Ms. Shin, to read that, we appreciate it.
Yes, Audrey, you're a star, Audrey Mala, AUSD Student Board Trustee, 2018 to 2021. Your leadership has served as an example to all. Excuse me, for all.
And so we applaud you. Now, President Hinckley, if you would be so kind to chat, we take turns shattering them with our appreciations. And if they don't have enough tears, that means we didn't shatter them enough. I have a funny feeling we might be the ones who crying, huh?
I think it's going to be us, not them. I don't think anybody's ever been happier to graduate than these two and their classmates. So, I'm going to go last. So I'm going to just call on folks to go around. So Trustee Duran, it's your first on my screen.
Okay. Wow. With our two prior students last year, they were pretty awesome. But you two really have taken it an extra step. And as the superintendent said, how are the folks that are going to follow you? How can they live up really to just everything you have done, truly? You're both the picture of student activism at its best. And I'm sure you're going to take that passion with you to your colleges. And we may be hearing about you and all the things you're going to be doing in the future. I know you've hung in through thick and thin with this board, past midnight, through some very, very difficult conversations and decisions. And you have been so mature at all your discussions and articulating how you feel as students. And I think you have both had a great impact on us. So I'll start the tears. No, just congratulations to both of you and have a great time at college. And thank you for your services to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clementina.
Vice President Doss.
Hi. Yeah, no, I don't like doing this stuff. I feel like everybody's leaving me at this point. And like the student board members are leaving and Marie's leaving, and just, it's too much at one time. But no, it's been a pleasure, working with each of you. And sometimes as I'm sitting back listening to your presentations and the great questions that you ask, sometimes I forget that you're just high school students, because you're so mature and you bring a great work ethic to the position. And it's just been great to watch, and an honor to be a part of. And I know that you're going to take that same, vigor into college and be great college students. And the sky's the limit. When we say you pick what you want to do and go and do it, we really mean it. You can decide whatever it is, that you set your mind to, and you each will achieve it. I have no doubts. And I'm really excited about, what you'll do next. And hopefully you'll come back and let us know, how things are going and all the wonderful things that you accomplish along the way. So thank you for sharing your high school years with us, because they're valuable and time flies. So thank you for spending a little bit of time with us.
Thank you, Mr. Doss.
Thank you.
Trustee Boyd.
Wow. So I will say I am someone who was a pretty serious high school student and drove myself pretty hard and took myself pretty seriously and all that stuff. So it's not light when I say how impressive the two of you are and how bowled over I am by your maturity and consistency, the constant way that you bring yourselves into this space with everything else that you've got to have going on. Not that I know it because I don't see it. You don't present it. You just present, I'm here and I'm focused and I'm composed. And even when there's high passions or emotions, I'm still staying the course and focusing on what needs to be done and collaborating and working with people with a maturity and a grace and a poise that takes most people several decades to develop, if they ever develop it. And just the substantive knowledge that you have, the dedication that you have, which is just clear all the time through all of these hours, and really challenging stuff, and the way that you educate and bring such important perspectives and come into this space and shape it and exist in this space in a unique way where, it's this is the board and these are all these sort of grownups and this is the space and you're inhabiting it in a different way and not meek, not, kind of like in the background, but really just having the confidence to be able to inhabit this space and contribute so much and to really just be yourselves is it's all really impressive and just a wonder and a joy to watch and to just sort of be in the presence of. And I appreciate having had the opportunity to learn from you both. And it's incredible the example that you've set for students who will serve in this position after you. I wish you all the very best. I have no doubts at all about the huge successes that will come to you both in whatever path you set yourselves on. And thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
So the one thing I'm sad about is that we never got to meet in person, but you two have brought such a presence to these meetings, and I am constantly in awe of exactly what everyone else has said, and I'm always trying to emulate a little bit more of what you both present in the meetings. It's phenomenal. Yeah, I almost don't have words for it. You both present as though you're young adults already, and it is like Vice President Doss said, sometimes hard to remember that you're only high school seniors. And I really hope that you guys continue down this path, but also make sure you have some time for fun because life is short, and enjoy your college years. And thank you for leading the student body through these past couple difficult years, and especially this last 15 months. And thank you for hanging in there with all of us. And still moving forward, some other great things. Your mental health proposal and getting that to happen is just one of the best things that you could leave behind as a legacy, because forever students can positively think every time, oh, I'm really struggling. Hey, these two student board members pushed this through and took their time and energy so that I can have this day at ease to take care of myself. So thank you for all of those things, and I wish you both the best, and hopefully one day I'll see you around town in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can give a little information about where Audrey and Leo are going next. So Audrey is staying here in California at Scripps College in Claremont, so a bit of a drive, but we could visit her. And she is hoping to continue to focus in the humanities, maybe public policy, education policy, that'd be great, art history, or something in that vein. We look forward to hearing what path you go down. And Leo's going to go further away to Brown University in Providence, where it's going to be way too cold for you. And he's also interested in possibly public affairs, international and public affairs, education studies, and music. I love how you are both interested in policy and art, which is, I think, a reflection of just the amazing richness of your personalities overall. So aside from what you do in the future, I just want to echo what everyone said about your commitment and your role modeling for us, really, about how to be board members. And the few things that stand out from being able to watch you work behind the scenes a little bit and have some other interactions is that you're both just genuinely very kind and thoughtful people. You really think about how to involve other people and other students and work really hard to bring other voices into the conversation. And I just really appreciate that work. I think it's such a good example for the board, for parents, for staff, et cetera. And I also, every time you had an agenda item or something to bring, it was completely finished, required basically no help from the staff or myself. And I just, that's like serious work. And I just, really want to recognize it. There is absolutely nothing that you guys have taken on that is even, that we've even approached in terms of complexity and dedication. And I just really appreciate that. And I, again, really excited to hear more about where you go in the future, but, just the modeling of being kind, thoughtful people who genuinely want to help other people get involved and, bring those voices in and bring other people up when you take these leadership positions is so important. So thank you again for all of your work. Audrey is leaving us as the most experienced board member. She's been on the board longer than any of us. So we're losing a depth of knowledge and experience there that you'll have to give us your email address or something so we can get some history lessons from you. And actually, I don't think 1 a.m. was your longest board meeting. I'm pretty sure you were at some that were quite a bit later than that. That will never happen again. So, and one other thing I want to recognize is that you've really committed to helping to train our 2 incoming board members. And I do want to bring them on. My technical skills are gonna fade right now. But I do want to bring on our 2 incoming board members and allow them to say a little bit about themselves. And so I'm gonna say who they are while maybe Julie, you can try to bring them in as panelists. So we have one rising junior, Allison Dana, and we have one rising senior, Ichitaka Lira. So we will be in good hands for a couple years. So why don't, Ichitaka, why don't you introduce yourself first and then Allison.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's so grateful. I'm so grateful to be here with all of you tonight. My name is Ichitaka Lira. Yes, my pronouns are he, him, and they, them. And yeah, I'm going to be one of your next student board members alongside Allison. We were so excited. We've been talking about this for a while. We've started to plan out the student advisory committee that Leo and Audrey were speaking to earlier. We're planning on getting that accomplished. That's one of a really big reason as to why I wanted to join the Board of Education, because I was a part of the what's it called? The student achievement task force, I believe. And I had a really fantastic time with a lot of people that I see here today, working towards creating these vision plans. And there's 4 action items that we wanted to bring that we brought to you all. Me and Ari Segovia, we brought these items to you. And one of them was the student advocacy committee. And I'm really looking forward to leading that with Allison and learning from Leo and Audrey, and then also showing you all a bit of that Ichitaka and Allison style as well, because I don't think we'll be able to completely copy what they brought to the table, but we also wanted to show our own individual perspectives and paths that brought us here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll follow up on that. So just echoing Ichitaka, my name is Allison Dana. I'm a 15-year-old sophomore, current sophomore, incoming junior at Albany High this year. And yeah, just generally, we're really excited to kick off the next year. And the way that I found out about the board really was hearing about Audrey and Leo in these board meetings and attending to the it was a meeting thing that they put on, I think. I'm forgetting what it was called. Leo, help me. What was it called?
Forum?
Yeah, the forum. That. But yeah, so I attended that and I just admired their leadership skills. And I was really interested in the role because I had previous experience. I held the position of student representative on the PTSA committee earlier this year. So I just figured that it would be a next step from that, I was informing parents about student activities and engagement and stuff there. So Ichitaka and I kind of bring 2 different views, and we're coming in to this position, looking up to Audrey and Leo, and I think just generally we're ready to get the show on the road. already starting with meetings with the SAC, and we're also probably going to be working on the college career readiness track that Leo and Audrey were talking about earlier as well. So just generally, we're looking forward to it.
Great. Thank you both so much. We're so excited to be working with you. And I think we're going to see you at one of our next workshops, and then we'll see you formally in the fall as members who, as part of Audrey's legacy too, can now make motions and second them. That was something Audrey and Michaela worked on last year. So we'll see you formally in August, but hopefully we'll see you then before then. And thanks again to all four of you for taking on this responsibility and being willing to help us do better. And show us where you put that plaque in your dorm rooms, you guys.
No,
right.
Keep it at home. We know about dorm rooms. Keep them at home.
All right, thank you all. So now we're going to move on to a less exciting element of our agenda, the consent calendar. So I'm going to need a motion
Madam
for that.
Chair, I'd like to request that we pull an item temporarily just to discuss, and it's an incoming personnel. So I'm asking that we pull 9-1.
Oh, the whole PAO. Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Do you want to do the discussion now?
Yeah, let's do it now. Okay. If we can elevate Melissa Poole, the principal of Marin Elementary School, she's going to do the introduction of the incoming assistant principal at the annex for this upcoming year. And so I'm handing the baton over to Ms. Poole.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having us tonight. I'm super excited to be here to introduce Brian Dodson as the recommended new assistant principal at Marin Elementary for next year. Our interview committee was super impressed with his knowledge of elementary education, specifically in the primary grades, his work around arts integration in the classroom, his leadership roles that he held as a teacher, and his clear commitment to equity work in his former district. And I couldn't be more psyched to welcome him.
And let me add a little piece because it's important. Not only is he an instructional leader, he's one of our most recent Teachers of the Year in Alameda County. And the things that his superintendent and his former principal says about him, he is a superior instructional leader. And that's why he was selected by Alameda County as the County Teacher of the Year, just to name a few accomplishments. And I think that was important to note.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you all. I am so excited to be here. Thank you for that amazing welcome and entry here. I'm honestly, after just listening to the last 30, 45 minutes, I'm hoping I can have half the impact that Trustee Mala and Corzo Clark have had on this district. It's been really impressive just to listen to that. I'll keep my remarks really brief. I'm really excited. I was drawn to Albany based on the strong commitment to social justice and equity that showed up incredibly loudly and clearly through the work of the Don Group and a lot of the other work that I've been seeing and speaking about with Principal Full. I come from a long line of educators. My father, my brother, my grandfather were all teachers. I know they're all incredibly proud of me taking this step, but mainly I'm just really excited to be a part of such an incredible district. I'm excited to learn and to grow. And most importantly, I think I'm excited to meet the community, meet the students and staff, and get to work as soon as possible. So I just appreciate you opening the door for me, and I, like I said, can't wait to get to work here. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And thank you for giving us the chance to hear about that specific hire. Welcome, Mr. Dodson.
I pulled it, now I'm putting it back.
Yep. So now we need to formally bring him on by, I need a motion to approve our consent calendar.
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
It's only fitting, Trustee Mala, that you seconded.
I'll second.
Great. I'll have a roll call. Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
and President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yeah, yes.
vice president Doss.
No.
The consent calendar passes with 4 votes in favor and 1 vote against Vice President Doss. So welcome formally, Mr. Dodson, and thanks again to you two for just bringing him forward so that we can meet and hear a little bit more about how you're going to be helping Marin next year. So thanks so much.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome. Hopefully it's going to be a much less exciting year. We're all about boring. Yep. All right, we now move to superintendent and board members' reports. Dr. Wells.
Thank you. I was deferred my time to the time we spent with giving accolades to the 2 trustees and the recognition award. So thank you very much. This is the week of celebration with all the graduations, and I plan to attend them all. And so that's the gist of my report tonight.
Great, thank you. I will also cede my report to the earlier item, and I'm also in a celebratory mood this week. So Vice President Doss.
Thank you. I just have a few things I'd like to talk about during my report. Ms. Shin, if you could pull up item for me, that'd be awesome. Thank you. So I had an opportunity to spend some time with our wonderful staff over at the kitchen earlier this morning. I had an opportunity to, I don't know if you know or not, but that's me over at the end of the table with my mask on. I am fully vaccinated along with everybody else in the room, but I knew that this picture was going live at the board meeting, so I wanted to set a good example. So I left my mask on, but we had a great time. And just so got an opportunity to meet with the staff and speak with them, and basically to just say thank you. Thank you to our food service staff who have been working tirelessly throughout this pandemic, no days off. That's the thing about, when you're serving food and you're feeding the community, you can't do that from home. You have to be there on the front lines, keeping our families fed. So they've been there continuously, and I just wanted to take some time to thank them. It was fitting that, to thank them, we had an opportunity to serve them breakfast and to sit down and to just listen to stories and fun things that they wanted to share about, their experiences, and to just laugh and get to know one another a little bit better. So it was a great opportunity. I want to give credit to our wonderful cameraman, Dr. Wells, who took a wonderful picture. Jackie, CBO Kim, who graced us with her presence. And of course, she couldn't leave without talking numbers. So it was just wonderful to be able to just sit and talk with everybody. And our executive chef, Sabina always with a smile on her face and just leading her wonderful team as they continue to do great work. And so I just wanted to take a moment to recognize them. And so here we are. What a wonderful way to spend my morning. So thank you, Ms. Sharon, for sharing that picture. And so that was the happier part of my board report. The more somber part of my board report is that Marie is leaving. And I'm pretty sad about it, I'll be honest. I'm happy that you're moving to do wonderful things and that, you know, it's what you want to do. But I'm very sad that you're leaving because I have enjoyed our time here. I think that you're the only person where even when I disagree with what you're saying, I'm still in a good mood. Like, I'm not mad about it, even when I disagree with what you're saying. And that's like, how do you even do that? You know, but it's just, it's been a wonderful opportunity to be able to work with you. It's been an honor to watch you work and the wizardry in which you present, you know, on different items, and you do it so well, and it makes so much sense, so much, you know, clarity, and you can tell the passion in which you bring to the work. And there's one thing that everybody knows for sure is that you are in it for the kids. That's why you're here. That's why you do the work. And our district is better because you decided to spend time here, and they are lucky to have you. But let me tell you, they make one mistake, one slip up, you come right on back. We'll be waiting for you. If they do one thing wrong, you don't hesitate.
Trustee Vice President Doss, you're not crying, are you?
I think he froze or is crying. So we are going to talk more about folks who are leaving at our last meeting of the year. So I think we may have lost Vice President Doss. So we're going to move on to Trustee Duran.
Okay, just 3 areas I'd like to mention as we're making acknowledgements at this time of the year and forever. I'd like to do a salute to Tlazocamati, gracias, and gratitude in recognition that Albany sits on the territory of the Huichin, the ancestral and unceded land of the Chochenyo Ohlone. And hopefully next year, this show of gratitude can become part of our norms. So maybe the new student board members can work on that. That would be fabulous. The second area is that I wanted, for those of you that maybe didn't catch the news, Alameda County is going to the yellow tier beginning tomorrow. So even though June 15th is coming up, never mind, we're in the yellow tier tomorrow. So that's exciting. And I wanted to mention specifically about Albany, the zip code 94706. 85% of the population have had at least one dose of the vaccine. And 72% of the population of 94706 is fully vaccinated. 72%. So these numbers are just incredible and very exciting. And we had our own pop-up here, our pop-up clinic at Albany High School a few weeks ago. And we had, I think, around 75 folks showed up for their doses. And the next one is coming up on June 18th. So if you know folks that haven't had the vaccine, please invite them to come. And the last thing I would like to say is that there's going to be a celebration tomorrow at 5:30 at Cougar Field for the Latinx students, the seniors that are graduating. And I hadn't done a formal invitation to the board and to staff because only 100 people could attend. But because we're going to Yellow Tier tomorrow, it's open to 200 people. So you are certainly welcome to come at 5:30. There'll be a program honoring the young folks. And then after that, we are going to have some box food and music provided by a DJ. Lots of salsa. So please join us if you can. Bring your masks. That's still required. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Hi, everybody. Just two things. Firstly, in the last week of school here, just wanted to take a minute to congratulate all of our students, students first, who made it through this year, particularly those who are being promoted on, whether you're fifth graders, eighth graders, seniors, and also to congratulate teachers and staff and parents and all of us who are a part of this district who have are making it through to the end of this school year, because it's been a tough one. And so I salute us all. And then the other thing I wanted to say is just that Albany is having our first Juneteenth celebration this year. It's happening on Juneteenth, which is June 19th, Saturday, at 10:30 a.m. And it's at Lizzie's and Mr. C's Cajun Cafe, which is at the corner of Masonic and Solano. There's going to be live music, speaking for members of the community, great food, and an opportunity to just kind of celebrate our Yellow Tier-ness and be a community together. And then also the Abrams Claghorn Gallery, which is right at that same intersection, is going to have art displayed, I believe, for the entire month of June, that commemorating Juneteenth as well. And so it's a collaboration between the city of Albany and that art gallery, and that whole sort of crossroads there, that whole intersection is going to just be a celebration. So Saturday, June 19th from 10:30 to 1:30, hope to see folks there.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
I'll keep it short and sweet, but I just wanted to say, similar to Trustee Boyd, congratulations to everybody on getting to this point. I think some deep breaths, and as we discussed with Superintendent Wells last night, some vacations are in order for just about everybody across the board, whether you take them at your house and just have some downtime, or you travel somewhere. Take some time to enjoy your family and your loved ones and being together and making some memories, because there may not be more time to do those things, and we've definitely learned that this last year. So take your opportunities, celebrate right now, and give yourselves a pat on the back for getting to this point, and take a deep breath before the next step.
Thank you. Student board members, our last Audrey and Leo update.
Yeah, so there's not much left to the end of the school year. But before we get to that, I want to say that the Albany High School Theater is doing, this theater company is doing a student production of The Importance of Being Earnest. And it's going to be playing June 17th through the 19th. I'm just going to read from a script. Join two bachelors, Jack and Algernon, in the town and country as they lead double lives to escape the ridiculous social responsibilities of the Victorian era. Two women fall in love with Jack and Algie's alter egos, both conveniently named Ernest, and chaos ensues. Tickets are on sale now at bit.ly/AHSTIBE. And that link will be in the minutes for those of you who want it. And now, without further ado, congrats to the class of 2021. Audrey and I are classmates, are graduating on Friday, June 11th. Parents, staff, and other guests with wristbands should arrive at 4:15 p.m. And the ceremony will begin promptly at 5 p.m. And in addition to that, already mentioned by Trustee Duran, there's going to be some affinity graduations throughout the week. Latinx graduation will take place on Wednesday, June 9th at Cougar Field. That's tomorrow from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. The Black Student Union will be hosting a graduation this Thursday, June 10th at Memorial Park from 4:30 to 6 p.m. And Albany's first ever Indigenous Peoples graduation will take place this Thursday, also this Thursday, June 10th at Memorial Park, starting at 5:30 p.m. And you can come. They'll have street vendors, Indigenous sort of market will get set up, and vendors will be selling lots of things, which will be very cool. Audrey?
Yeah, so just wanted to share again that Little Star Pizza donates 10% of sales to the Albany Education Foundation on the first Monday of every month, and I believe they've been doing that for a while. And then also through the summer, Vice President Doss was talking about the food program, and the food program will continue over the summer. So we wanted to share that free lunch and breakfast will be provided to all children 18 years or younger, regardless of income levels. And this will run from Monday, June 14th to Friday, August 13th. And this is happening at Albany High School multipurpose room. And then I also wanted to say, this is our last board meeting. I didn't prepare anything to say, but I just wanted to thank you all. It has been an honor to serve with you all. I got emotional before the meeting. I'm not going to cry now, but I was getting really emotional thinking back on these past years working with all of you. And I have learned so much, and I know I'm going to carry that with me throughout my time in college and beyond. So thank you to each of you. And Leo, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you as well, but I'll share that more another time. So yeah, just wanted to appreciate you all.
Yeah, and just to chime in, we mentioned this in our video about how receptive this board is and this district is to student voices, and that's really an understatement. And Audrey and I will we have friends who are sort of student activists or even student board members in other districts, and they'll say like, oh yeah, like my district staff didn't invite me to this meeting, or they ghosted me on email, or they won't let me go to virtual meetings. And we've never had any type of problems like that. And it's almost the opposite, where you guys are constantly seeking out the voices of not just us, but the student body at large. And it really means a lot and has impacted us a lot for the better, and is very empowering and means a lot. And like Audrey said, it's been an honor serving with you on the past year of the board, working with some of you. I know Marie was my first contact with district stuff, working on LCAP, and that's something I'll take with me going forward for the rest of my life. But yeah, thank you to you all. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We've had very little crying so far, so we'll see how we do the rest of the evening. All right, so we now will open up for public comment on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. Julie, I'll give you a second to start with Stephen Naif.
Dear members of the board and community, as this school year comes to a close, we'd like to take a few moments to recognize the amazing work of our teachers and the district staff. We started the year with a renewed and vigorous distance learning model and ended with in-person teaching for the majority of our students. We are looking forward to return to full in-person, 5 days a week instruction in the fall. What a year we have been through: pandemic surges, social and political injustices, and environmental disasters. Let's remember the lessons we have learned, evaluate the skills we've developed, and set our sights on a promising new school year. Sincerely, Stephen and Chris, ATA co-presidents.
Thank you. Next is Jeannie.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Kahina. I'm a science teacher at Albany High and McGregor High. I will be, first of all, congratulations, Leo and Audrey. I will be reading portions of a letter sent today to board members and Dr. Wells. We are Albany High School faculty, counselors, and staff expressing our urgent concern for the Information Technology Department. In the past few years, we have watched as the IT department numbers decreased from 5 to 3. A few years ago, we could confidently expect to see helpful responses from an IT person within a few days or a week. At best, we had issues resolved within hours. Now we routinely experience wait times of weeks or months. For many of us, our daily and weekly plans are tightly scheduled and rely heavily on technology resources. A delay in IT help of even a week can be hard to recover from and is a detriment to our students' learning. The importance of a fully staffed IT department extends beyond the classroom. Counselors rely on IT support to serve our students in all capacities, and often our needs are time sensitive and impact the entire student body. Our tiny and very talented IT department works incredibly hard, and they simply cannot keep up with the demand, nor can they be expected to go forward this way. Only one of our current IT staff members is dedicated to providing support for day-to-day requests from all AUSD sites. These may seem small, they make immeasurable improvements for our students' learning. The duties of the technology director have never been fully reassigned or carried out since the position was eliminated. Next year, we will go to one-to-one Chromebooks. School faculty and staff cannot reliably provide the kind of support we need for that and be expected to teach effectively. How will IT staff keep up? What will happen to the quality of educational experiences if there are chronic unresolved technology issues? Sorry, the letter goes on and I've sent it to board members and Dr. Wells, and it's signed by teachers and faculty at Albany High School. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Ben.
Hi, everyone. This is Ben Rayfield here, father of 2 kids at Cornell Elementary. Just wanted to speak up here just on behalf of 5th grade students that are graduating and who are quite disappointed about the upcoming ceremony not being a full-on standard in-person graduation ceremony for the rising 6th graders. Found out a week or 2 ago that both the other 2 elementary schools are having standard graduation or promotion ceremonies. So our kids are feeling quite left out. And this is a really important event for them, and reached out to the principal and also made the superintendent aware. And we were informed that this was planned back in April through a supposedly collaborative process. But the unfortunate thing is that none of us 5th grader students' parents were involved in this process. And so we feel really disappointed for our kids. Don't really understand why Cornell is the only school that is unable to make this happen. I think this is a really important event for the kids. We understand there's some alternate things happening, including a Zoom session plus a car parade. It's really not the same. And I know that it's been done supposedly in the spirit of inclusivity, but when you look at those other events, like how inclusive is a car parade when we have students whose families don't even have cars? Just really a poor way to end the year. And I wanted to raise this to everyone. There's probably nothing that could be done at this point, but I think that if we don't involve parents more and listen to parents who best represent our kids, it's doing a disservice to the folks that we are all serving, which are the children of Albany. Thanks.
Ben, hold on. Let me respond to that because it's important. Apparently you didn't get the update, and we don't believe that it's too late when we want to do what's best for kids. And that we pivoted and currently having all our elementary schools be in alignment with in-person. So check your email. And we don't believe that it's too late when it comes to doing what's best for kids. So the good news is there will be an in-person graduation at Cornell like they are at the other 3 elementary schools.
Thank you for clarifying that. Olga.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm sorry, good evening. Good evening. My name is Olga Miranda, and I'm a mom of a sophomore at Albany High School. I want to first of all thank you, Superintendent Wells, for bringing to allowing for the space and time with Darren, who's a principal over at Albany High School. I brought to the board and mentioned to the board about racist actions that we thought had needed to be able to be addressed. And I just want to say Darren McNally is a rock star, was able to bring everybody into the room. And I appreciate the teachers, the families, and the students that were brought to this attention. So Superintendent, I just want to thank you for allowing for Darren to be able to address this in a way that the students and families felt satisfied. And I just wanted to be able to point that out. I appreciate everybody that read the emails, that understood what was going on. The deportation text messages that have been sent to the students is what still needs to be addressed. But I want to thank everybody. And Leo and Audrey, I just want to say I'm so incredibly proud of you. Observing you in your function has been such an incredible promise about what the future looks like, and it looks really bright with the incredible work that you guys have done. I want to thank you for being leaders and for all the contributions that you guys have done for our entire Albany community, but also demonstrating that even when the chips were down, both of you really showed such respect and with such grace, but strength and also leadership. And I'm so proud that you guys look forward to what the future holds for you all. But I would just ask the board to also have a system of mediation internally, so that when it comes to more text messages that are racist or issues of these nature, that we can address it as a community. I applaud Darren McNally, and thank you, Superintendent Wells. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, I usually don't respond to these, but I feel compelled to because we're excited about bringing in a group, I believe, out of Washington, D.C. to work with some of our staffs and some of our organizations like PBAC and La Familia to talk about having a solid protocol in place when issues arise, because it's not the last time we're going to have an issue that come up. The issue for us is about how do we respond responsibly as a collective group and a community, as a team, to address these issues very aggressively. And so, Ms. Miranda, I want to thank you for your receptivity to the next steps as we move forward together as a whole community.
Thank you. And then we have Elijah.
Awesome. So good evening, distinguished board members. I would just like to give a huge thank you to Audrey and Leo for their service. They've done such a great job of voicing like Albany student voice, and I've just been really impressed to see my peers do such an amazing job. So yeah, they're so cool. They're so cool. All right, you have a nice night. Bye everyone. That's all.
Thanks so much. All right. That is all of our public comment, I think.
Madam Chair, I have a request here because I would like for the board to consider moving 15-4 because I understanding that we have a number of folks, including staff who's here to present that tonight and who need to be in the classroom early first thing in the morning for the kids. And so if we can move that in the next agenda item, it would be much appreciated. I mean, 16-3, I mean.
16 with the AHS bell schedule.
Yeah, ASS.
Or the middle school one.
No, 16-3, the high school bell schedule. Review and action, high school.
Any objection, board? All right, so we're gonna do, before we get to 13, we're gonna do item 16-3, this is a review and action item for a proposed bell schedule change to Albany High School.
So we will pass it over to our Assistant Superintendent, Marie Williams.
Sorry, good evening. I was trying to multitask. I was trying to find Mr. McNally here in the participants. I don't quite see him yet, but maybe I can begin the item and we can bring him on as he becomes available. So the item before you this evening for review and action is a proposal to change the high school bell schedule beginning next year, the 21-22 school year. So this schedule is motivated by the need to move the start time to 8:30. And so as you will recall, recently legislation was passed that in fact mandated that beginning, I believe, in the 23-24 school year, that the high school bell schedule, that high schools and middle schools start no later than 8:30. So this moving the bell schedule has been in the works at the high school for some time. I believe that this schedule has been discussed at length with the Instructional Improvement Committee, or IIC. And so Ms. Shen, if you could show the actual schedule, that would be great. So as you know, the high school already has been operating with a block schedule. So their previous block schedule was an AB rotating block schedule. So what's being proposed here is, of course, the start time of no later than 8:30. And then the high school is proposing a day of all periods. So all students, this is sort of pretty common with a modified block schedule, giving students an opportunity either at the beginning or the end of the week to see all of their teachers to sort of set for the week, sort of get calibrated, and then move into their block schedule. And so students would see all of their periods on Monday, and then on Tuesday, Thursday, they would have block A, and then Wednesday, Friday, they would see block B. You'll notice in the backup that at least a couple sort of the adjustments that were made were to allow for there to be a break so that students weren't going for an extended period of time. Michelle, I don't know if you can make that schedule any smaller so that we can see it in its entirety. Perfect, thank you. I'm going to bring Mr. McNally up here, and he can maybe explain some more of the particulars of the schedule. If you just would give me 1 second.
He's already on.
Oh, perfect. Then I'll stop talking. Thank you, Mr. McNally.
No problem. I'm here. And thank you very much for moving this up in the agenda. But this bell schedule that came from Albany High is a revision based on a few factors. First of all, there have been some updates to California state law that require us to start school at 8:30 or later. The schedule that's presented here is a modification of the schedule that we had previously to remote learning. So this is a modified version of our in-person schedule. Our process of creating this involved working with both our site council and our instructional improvement council, and also some surveying of students and staff and parents. And one of our big takeaways from that conversation was basically people sort of liked the setup that we already had, and we just needed to tweak it a little bit. So this has an 8:30 start time. Another constraint that we were given was to have school end no later than 4 o'clock. So that's incorporated here as well. And this is a modified block. So that means we have a Monday schedule or a 7-period schedule, usually once a week. And then block A twice a week and block B twice a week as well. And that's incorporated here. Also, some of the gaps that are in here that I don't think are actually illustrated super well. Between second and third period on Monday is a 10-minute break followed by a 5-minute passing period. And then between 6th and 7th period on Monday is a 5-minute break followed by a 5-minute passing period. And those breaks are there also so that we don't have more than 2 periods in a row with without a break for things like going to the bathroom or for teachers to move classrooms or those sort of things. So after quite a bit of surveying and discussion, what we arrived at was essentially a modified version of the schedule we had before. So the block periods are 95 minutes long as opposed to 92 minutes as they were in the past. Monday periods are now 50 minutes instead of 51 minutes, which they were in the past. Another request that we had was that everything be broken up into 5-minute periods, so that's easier to keep track of the time. But otherwise, the lunch periods have remained the same. And we have moved 5th period to after lunch in order to ensure that lunch always starts before 1 p.m., which was another request that we had. So this schedule here is essentially an update to the previous schedule based on new state mandates, and then also some tweaks to just make sure it works best with our students and our staff.
Great, thank you. board, do you have questions about this? So this is a review and action item. The idea is that this gets approved tonight and enacted in the fall. So any questions about the schedule or the process? Yeah, Trustee Duran.
Mr. McNally, I think perhaps before you have talked about it, but could you repeat once again pros and cons of this schedule?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So just as a reminder, California state law requires that a high school have 64,800 minutes in a school year. We have 180 school days. That essentially averages out to 6 hours a day. When you and you can't count things like a lunch period and some other things in that calculation. If you want to do such things as have a shorter days for finals periods, gets a little bit longer. So you need to have about 6.5 to 7 hours in a typical school day. So that's what we're looking at with this schedule. The pros in this schedule is it incorporates the changes in state law to require an 8:30 or later start time. We did get some feedback from the community that they might actually enjoy a little bit later start time. This year, of course, we had a 9 o'clock start time, but that was counterbalanced by a very strong desire that we end school by 4 p.m. at the latest. And so the schedule that we have here is based on working within those constraints. Probably the biggest con that has been talked about in this scheduling consideration is a little bit later start time also means a little bit later end time. And that can also be a real struggle, especially for athletes and student athletics, because they often will miss the end of a school day to go to competitions. There are a few ways to accommodate that. The first one being that the league sets the competition times, and all schools within our league will have to be on a later start time by the next school year anyway. So there will be some advocacy with the league to actually have competition start a little bit later. The other con that has often come up is concerns around students possibly missing work or other extracurricular needs based on later start time. That could be an issue as well. But I will say at Albany High, we've gotten really good at making sure that when students need the end of the day off, they're able to get that in their schedule. So either requesting 6th or 7th period off. And we're even looking at some ways to make sure that all student athletes have 7th period off if they don't have 7 school days. So we're actually developing some strategies to deal with that. I would say the most significant pro within this schedule is we have a later start time that lines up better with the physiological needs of teenagers, who we all know are not great at going to bed early and waking up early. And that's on a physiological basis. I think if we could actually have a 9 o'clock start time, that might work even better if people were willing to have a 4:30 end time. So we're actually lining up much better with the needs of our students from a biological perspective. I'll just say, as a teacher who worked at Albany High School when 7:40 was the start time of school, trying to teach chemistry to students at 7:40 a.m. Before the sun was in the sky in December was pretty rough. And I'm pretty happy that we're actually acknowledging that, our students need to be awake and present for us to teach them well. The only other concerns that have come up with scheduling is I know that a 95-minute block can be a little bit rough, especially for younger students when it comes to attention span. And that the best way to deal with that is, first of all, really effective teaching strategies. One of the things I discovered as a teacher at Albany High with block periods is to mix it up. As a science teacher at Albany High, I actually really enjoyed the block schedules because 90 minutes is a great time to really flesh out and explore a science concept. And then also the middle school moving to something along the lines of a modified block also allows students to have some experience with that before they come to the high school. So I don't think that'll be a significant concern going forward. All in all, I think this schedule will be an improvement for students because it better lines up our school schedule with their physiological needs.
Just one last question. How did this happen so quickly? Because, it's it's been talked about before, that kind of thing. And all of a sudden we've turned around and did it, which makes me realize that we can do a whole lot more changes very quickly in other areas as well. But can you just talk very briefly about how this happened?
Sure. I would not say it's been done quickly. I would say that maybe, respectfully, maybe the board's been really busy for the past few months, and we've been doing this at the site level without bothering you with it. But the state law that was passed regarding this change actually probably passed, I want to say, about a year and a half ago. There was some advocacy from the previous board president, Kim Trutane, and Albany High made a commitment actually about a year ago to really move to an 8:30 start time for the 21-22 school year. And in the fall, we started some of those discussions with our site council. This spring, we worked with the site council and the instructional improvement council, which includes students, parents, and faculty representatives, and went through a couple iterations of possible schedules, explored some possible ideas, put some surveys out, and arrived at a draft version of a schedule, which was then ratified at the last IIC meeting.
I wasn't speaking so much about the time as the block scheduling. The actual 95 minutes of instruction is quite a change from the 7 periods a day.
Well, our the schedule that we had, I would say last year, our previous in-person schedule, it did have a block schedule. So block scheduling and what we at Albany High would call a modified block schedule is something we've been doing for a while. This schedule is a little bit different because we have changed the lengths of the periods slightly.
Thanks. Excuse me. Any other questions, board, or we can take an action on this item?
Can I just voice my support for this schedule? First of all, it's been a long time coming, so thank you for the work. I know, Mr. McDowell, you're kind of the king of making schedules. I've seen a lot of them that you've revised throughout the years. So thank you for that. And then also, right now, or usually what we would have gone back to, if not this, is class ending at 9:44 and 10:53 and like 2:44. So I think it'll be really nice to have increments of at the 05 and 10. So thank you.
Yeah, and if I could sort of say that too, a big thing that students throughout Audrey and I's time at Albany have complained about a lot, if anything, about the schedule is lunch starting really late, and sort of the fatigue of having to go through 90 minutes of first period, 90 minutes of third period, 90 minutes of fifth period just to get to lunch. And so having an earlier lunchtime, I think all of these, with the exception of maybe block B, but not by a lot, are earlier starting times for lunch than we've had before. And in like input, like surveys that were gathered a year ago when this was first being talked about, students talked about not ending before 4, preserving 45 minutes for lunch, having regular breaks in between periods, and this schedule has all of that. I think that I support as well, and so do the majority of students.
I'm happy to consider any motions that anyone wants to put on the table.
I was waiting for the student board members to make them. Do you guys want to do it, or do you want us to?
Sure. I have a motion that we approve the Albany High School proposed bell schedule change.
I'll second.
Okay, student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
president Hinckley.
Yes. Item 16-3 AHS proposed bell schedule passes unanimously. Thank you, Principal McNally. Although the kids now have to actually go to school half an hour earlier next year, They don't realize how lucky they are that it's not even earlier than that. So thank you so much for the work to get this accomplished. So we're now going to go back to, yeah.
My apologies. I didn't know this beforehand, and it just came as a request. In the same spirit, I'm going to request that we take the next item, 15-4, Albany Middle School proposed bell schedule change. Next.
I think it's appropriate that our schedule change items have both had to be rescheduled during our meeting. All right, so we are going to take 15-4 AMS proposed bell schedule change. I can move. Oh, Principal Brill is already up as a panelist. All right, I'll hand it off.
Great. Principal Brill. Welcome.
Hi. Would you like me to just jump in and give an overview of our proposed schedule?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for bringing this up for your consideration. So there's two pieces embedded in here. There is a shift to a different start time of 8:20. Our previous start time, pre-pandemic start time, was 8 a.m. So it's a shift of 20 minutes later. And there's also a proposal for a modified bell schedule embedded in that. So I want to just kind of walk through the reasoning and the process. So first, let me just separate out and talk about the later start time. So first of all, it's something that we've talked about for a long time. You know, back when the high school did the Challenge Success program, the middle school joined it in an auxiliary way, and went through all the different research around, you know, teens, circadian rhythms, and I won't go into all of that since you've just listened to Mr. McNally's presentation. But we have been wanting to shift our bell schedule to be a little bit later, and you know, and of course with the pandemic, everything has been a little bit later. And the feedback that we've gotten from students and families has been that that's really been helpful and appreciated. That said, we didn't want to have the same start time as the high school because of the traffic patterns that get created when we start at the same time as the high school. So we kind of did some weighing about we could do 8:20 or we could do 8:40. But for some of the challenge reasons that Mr. McNally had pointed out about the later start times causing, you know, running into athletics and after school things, we decided to just go with the 8:20, which would still benefit our students. And then secondly, in terms of the block schedule, we've been exploring block scheduling as a middle school for about, I would say, 7 or 8 years. And it's one of those discussions that there's a lot of interest and momentum with, and with any change, there's challenges and concerns. And we've kind of talked about, we've visited other schools, we've had proposals. And I think this year with some different scheduling that happened, having some longer periods than we had before, teachers are really interested in exploring it further. And so as we were looking at the later start times and trying to shift our schedule, we had some more in-depth discussion about our block scheduling. And so what we kind of determined is two things. First of all, we feel like with the block scheduling, it would allow for more in-depth pieces to happen in classes, more projects, more hands-on activities, just activities where they can do more in the amount of time. But at the same time, we also don't want our middle schoolers to have to go multiple days without getting a subject or to only get their subject a couple times a week. And especially just, we feel like it's middle schoolers who are in support classes or middle schoolers who, you know, maybe getting the math or the world language only a few times a week maybe isn't enough, was a drawback for going to a full block schedule. And so we had a lot of discussion, and through that discussion really decided that what we would want to do is a modified block schedule, which means that our students would be seeing all of their teachers Monday through Wednesday, and then would have half their classes Thursday and the other half Friday, which again would allow that greater depth to happen in each class at least once per week. We also know that middle schoolers in particular, transitions can be really hard, and we lose time in the transitions, we lose focus in the transitions. A lot of our kids who struggle pop up during those transitions. And so that also allows for there to be a little more grounding on those 2 days. And then the other piece that I would add to that is that we really see middle school as a stepping stone between elementary and high school and a lot of the different things we do. The way that we schedule students in 6th grade having only really 2, maybe 3 main teachers. And then, you know, in 7th grade, there's in 8th grade, we still keep, there's English and history core, so they have a home base, getting them ready as they move up through high school. And so this modified block schedule, we feel like is a really nice way to address the needs of our middle school students in an in-between fashion between where they are, between elementary and elementary school and high school. So that's kind of a reasoning. In terms of process, like I said, our school has been exploring these pieces for quite some time. This year, though, we had a number of leadership meetings about this topic. We bring it to our full staff meeting, lots of discussion, have it go back to our leadership team. We've gone back and forth a couple of times. We had a couple of kind of temperature reading surveys along the way about which directions we wanted to explore. And then ultimately, at the end, we had our teachers take a survey related to these options. And in that survey with the later start time, we had 85% of our teachers in favor of that. And with the modified block schedule exactly as proposed, 67%. And then when we put it out to the community, we had 94% of our community respond in favor of the later start time and 84% in favor of the modified block scheduling. And so that was kind of where we had left off. And we bring this to the board in hopes of your support with moving forward with this plan. And we also would plan to evaluate the block schedule. We'll do some PD around the use of that time and then evaluate it throughout the year to determine how it's going. So
great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I should have prefaced this by saying this is a review and discussion item, so we're not being asked to approve this tonight, but we, because often more complex changes come to us first as a review and discussion item and then back perhaps at our next meeting as a review and action item. So I will open it up to the board for questions or comments, and then I'll move to any public comment if there is any. Yeah, Trustee Corzo-Clark.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the rationale. I see for Thursdays advisory is only 20 minutes, and I was wondering if there was reasoning behind that, because I know Thursdays are also the like day where you get out the earliest at 2 p.m.
Yeah, our advisory period has typically been 20 minutes, so we're just carrying over and doing it the way it's been done. And then our meetings would remain on Thursdays. So that's the early release allows for that to be our meeting day.
Any other questions? Yeah, Trustee Duran.
Ms. Brill, I was listening to the reasons for the late starts, primarily based on kids' sleep patterns, right, at that age. And then I heard the explanations for why 8:30 wasn't possible or 8:40. And they seemed that they were based more on student athletics, was the one I heard. And I'm just wondering if we figure out what the priority is, would it not be the moving towards the time that would really influence kids' health, and therefore moving start times? I mean, even, you know, there's been discussion that even 8:30 is sort of does something, but not quite enough. And so I'm wondering if it'd be possible to further discuss, because I would certainly be interested in hearing more about the 8:40 time, for example, either 8:30, and I hear there's traffic pattern issues, but, you know, can those be resolved? Second, 8:40 sounds even better, and 9 o'clock. Is 9 o'clock even feasible? So could you respond to why we're not pushing to go later in a substantial way, as long as we have a really good opportunity to do it right now?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. Yeah, I would say there are a couple of pieces in there. One is I would also just add, similar to the stepping stone piece I was saying before, you know, sixth graders who haven't hit puberty yet are not really on that new circadian rhythm. We have our older students who by eighth grade, certainly almost all of them are. So there's that piece of it. But in addition to the after school activities, not just athletics, but our students have lots of different activities they do after school. They have their babysitting, they have their dance, they have their athletics, they have their music. So there's that one piece. The other really big factor that I would bring up is that we are not funded for our sixth graders to have a full 7-period school day. Our sixth graders only have a school day that begins second period unless they are opting into a music class or opting into a support class. And it's only about half of our sixth graders. And so that means that all of our sixth graders aren't starting their day. Half of our sixth graders, aren't starting their day until second period. So we start to push it really late. That also is another concern. So, you know, for example, on our Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday schedule, our sixth graders with this new schedule would begin at 9:15, which is a really, late start for our younger kids who aren't even on that, new circadian rhythm where they really need that extra sleep. And so that was just another factor. And if you look on our Friday schedule, our sixth graders who don't have a first period wouldn't begin until 9:50 on this schedule. So that there's just that piece of pushing it back. We had tried to look at the possibility of having the sixth graders extra period be at the end of the day instead of the beginning of the day. But because of the number of teachers that we share with the high school, we have been unable to do that at this point. Maybe at some point in the future, if we weren't to have to share music teachers, that would be an option.
Thanks for those clarifications.
And would you
yeah,
also,
other questions?
I'm sorry for interrupting, President Hinckley. Just wanted to check, would you be able to do a larger survey? My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it was basically about 10% of your parents you had responses from. Is that correct? And could it be in further outreach to the parents to get more feedback?
It could be, yeah. I mean, we did receive about 10%. I would say for surveys for middle school students, unless I'm really, really pushing hard and doing it over the course of a month, that's not a bad sampling to have 80 parents responding to a survey. But it was also a piece of, we have a staff that's worked really hard on this plan and feels really good about it. We reached out to parents and the sampling we received from parents was in support of it. So we felt comfortable with moving forward. And to your point, if we can shift it to be later in the future, doesn't mean that this has to be our schedule forever. This is a nice step in that direction, I think.
Any other questions, board? I'm assuming what the superintendent and principal are hoping for is some direction that if this comes back to us June 22nd as a review and action item, that we would be ready to move forward with this proposal. So if there are questions about it, now's the time. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Sorry, my dog is going crazy in the background, so you'll have to tolerate. But I guess my only question to follow up on Trustee, is kind of a nice thing. And I know families have gotten used to it during the pandemic, so we're all gonna have to, but if there's any way, this came up before, so I almost need to bring it up, but to look at sixth grade isolated from seventh and eighth grade, maybe in terms of the start times, and we can do that moving forward, or you can tell us that's impossible, but that was just sort of my thought of how we could address it. I really appreciate that we're talking about this for the students, especially as they're moving forward and getting older, because I think it shows that we are really valuing their systems and everything and giving them the best learning that their systems and everything and giving them the best learning that we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we are unable to separate the sixth grade schedule from the seventh, eighth grade because of the teachers who teach in multiple grade levels. We need our school to be able to move on the same bell schedule. So that's unfortunately not, we can't separate them out. My dream hope would be at some point we could move that 6th grade extra period to the end of the day instead of the beginning of the day, but we did explore that and it's not possible at this time.
Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yeah, this isn't as relevant to late start, but in sort of surveying middle schoolers for the LCAP, something that came up a few times was students, so I think we're mainly older students, so just an increased workload, asked about having like a dedicated time, like a study hall built into the schedule. And I was wondering if you at the middle school had sort of looked into that, whether that would take place in advisory or maybe on meeting days on when Thursday gets out sooner, but if that would be something that could be sort of looked at.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I would say there's two pieces. One is that we have our COBRA study, which we had lost last year, but are bringing back this year. And that's one period for 6th, for 7th, and for 8th. So one class for each. That it's a little bit more than just study hall. There's support with executive functioning and organization, but it is primarily a chance for students to work on their work with support. And so we will have that, not for all of our students, but for a group at each grade level. And then we're also looking at our COBRA tutoring will definitely continue next year. And we're looking at the possibility of, doing it in person versus doing it remotely. Hopefully, most likely, I think it'll end up being in person, and that's a free tutoring program. And so after school, I know it's not during the school day, but especially like you're saying on Thursday when we're done early, it could be a really nice option for students who would like that, so that extra time and support.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Duran.
Ms. Brill, could you explain why 6th graders do not have a 7-period day? Is it because of the state and finances or what?
Yeah, there's a different instructional minute requirement, and we have never received the funding in order for them to have a 7-period day. We would love to give them a 7-period day, and we've had lots of ideas of things we would do during that time, but we don't receive enough funding in order to be able to do that for our 6th graders. And the 6th graders in all the years Albany Middle School has been there they've never had the full day that the 7th, 8th graders have had. And I assume that's due to a difference of instructional minute requirement. So the district over the years has funded it at the what they're required to have.
Maybe, I know it's not appropriate tonight, but maybe in the future, Superintendent Wells, we could really address that issue or really look at it and have some serious discussions with AMS regarding how they can be funded for 7 periods for 6th graders.
And just a point to note that 6th graders historically has been associated with elementary school, different minimum minutes requirement, but it's duly noted and much appreciated that we can discuss in the future. Absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying. So I'm not seeing any public comment right now on this item. So board, this is your last opportunity, not your last opportunity, but this is the moment to please provide any guidance or questions, or else we will try to give Principal Brill some direction coming back. Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to support Trustee Duran's suggestion or question about whether it might be possible just to have a bit of a larger sampling of the parent community at AMS, because I just think of them as knowing their students, better than I can guess to know, and I certainly very much appreciate all of the time and planning that has gone into creating the schedule from the staff and teachers at AMS. I think that as we discuss frequently the importance of community outreach and making sure that we're all involved and that there's transparency and information going out, I think that it would be great to have that sort of even more of kind of a mandate from the community that this is something that that is supported and that there aren't concerns about. So that's the only thing that would kind of sweeten the deal as far as supporting the bell schedule. Not to say that I have concerns in particular, but just I think it would be nice to have that show of support if possible.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I would also just like to add that in reading the comments from the community, one comment that had come up with the bell schedule we had proposed before was just the timing of the periods, because we had a 7-minute break in the middle. And so things were like on the 7s and the 2s and ending at weird times, which just made it hard for them to keep track of when their kids were finishing their school day. So we did adjust the length of the break to make it so that the periods would be on the 5s and easier to keep track of, and the end of the school day easier to track as well, just to let you know.
Trustee Davis.
I just wanted to second what Trustee Boyd and Duran said and add, perhaps we could, while we still have them as a quick captive audience, ask our 5th grade parents coming in who will be impacted by this as well. Because I think that that's a valuable group to ask as their kids are rising and making this transition.
Sure.
Vice President Dahl.
Yeah.
Well, good evening. Principal Brill, how are you?
Super. Yeah, excited for all of our promotions coming up. Thank you for asking.
I'm really excited about those as well. I don't want to get off topic, but those I'm really excited. I just had a couple of questions. One of my questions is around, are we worried that it might be tough for the students to sit for such long periods of time, being so young? Maybe we can kind of tackle that one first, because I think it was one of the cons in our earlier presentations.
Yeah, I think the idea would not be for them to just be sitting for the 85-minute period. So that's why we'll be doing some PD in August and doing some work on how, when you have a block schedule for students that age, how do you break up the time? How do you use it in ways where students are not just sitting at their desk the entire time, but they're up and moving and doing and transitioning between activities and all of those things. So I think your point is a good one, and especially for kids of this age, that can be a long block of time. And so our expectation would be that teachers are using their great skills and all of the different activities they like to do and giving them support with those pieces throughout the year in order to make sure that students are not just sitting still for 85 minutes.
Oh, that sounds good. I wasn't saying anything about I know the teachers, they have their plans about, how they do their class time. So
sure.
That sounds good. 2 other questions. One is, I guess I'm just kind of curious as to why the big changes. I guess I always worry that there's a lot of changes that are happening, with COVID and everything like that, but that a lot of the experiences that students missed out on or missing out on because of COVID, we're making so many changes that there's a lot of students that aren't going to get those previous experiences at all. And because we're kind of making so much change. So I guess my question is, are we thinking about, or are we a little nervous about making like too much change and kind of robbing kids of the original, kind of experience?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. I think, the start time's an interesting one just because of, we were starting at 9 and now 8:30. And so going back to 8, I think would feel like a big shift. 8:20, I think will feel like a softer transition. But regarding the block scheduling, I actually, besides the fact that it's something that we've been thinking about and planning and talking about for years, it's also when we're looking at the students coming in after a year that's been primarily at home and challenging in a lot of different ways. I think we're really looking at these block scheduling as being value added, that teachers can integrate in more connectivity activities, can get to know their kids on a deeper level, can do different types of activities than they could do otherwise. And so I think we're looking at it as an opportunity to further enrich kids' experiences, certainly not to take away from something that they had before, but instead be able to have more access to do more in terms of those in-depth connective activities. And I think coming off of COVID, that special need, and I know, it's been brought up a number of different times of like our current sixth graders didn't really get that experience of like coming in from different schools and team building and all of those things that we do. So how are we going to make sure that when they go into seventh grade, they're not just with their old friends, that they get to know new students? And how do you do that when they're not with the same group of students all day, where it's a lot easier to bond? And so I think the idea of the block scheduling kind of feeds into that. And we can put in some more targeted ways to help kids to connect with one another and to also connect with their teachers. And so I wouldn't want kids to lose out on anything that we've done before, but I do think it's an opportunity to add some pieces that are going to be needed in the transition coming back from COVID.
I appreciate that. I have a couple of more questions. I think that, President Hinckley was really kind of pushing for people to talk. So, I thought I should.
I wouldn't say that, but.
But no, I appreciate your answer so far. I just have a couple of more questions. One of my questions is around, kind of students and how they manage their time now with projects and things like that. One of the things mentioned was kind of having more time for that. I'm just curious as to have students kind of like spoken about that, or have teachers mentioned that as far as like students not having enough time to kind of complete things? And is that one of the motivating factors around that, or?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily about like, we're not looking at using this time for like project completion, more just that like I'll say, if you have a 50-minute English block and you're wanting to do debates, or you're wanting to do something that's more hands-on, more creative, an experiential piece, a science lab, an art project, all of those types of things. By the time kids transition in and you get everything, you explain the directions and you get them all their stuff and they do whatever it is you're wanting them to do, and then you have to clean up, it's not a lot of time. So I think 85-minute period would provide the opportunity to do things that they couldn't do before, or they couldn't easily do before. That there's more opportunity for creativity, more opportunity for interesting ways of holding experiential pieces in a classroom, and interesting ways of being able to do projects. And I know our science teachers have talked about how great to be able to have that as a lab day, where you could really do a more in-depth lab and have time to process it, not do the lab and then hope they remember it the next day, all of those things. So I think it's less about like student completion and work time, and more about the types of activities that teachers would be able to do with a longer period of time.
Got it. And then my last question is, are there neighboring districts that are kind of taking this on as well? Or are we gonna be kind of trailblazers in this?
Yeah, it's interesting. There are a lot number of middle schools who have block scheduling. And I would say 6 years ago, when we were looking into it, we have all these notes from, what different schools' models are that I really haven't dug into this year, just as principals are kind of caught up. We're kind of caught up with the whole COVID piece. So, but there's definitely a precedent for block scheduling middle schools. And I think, again, like the piece that I always heard people talk about was just less transition time, less things for them to balance in one day. Today, I'm going to just be in these classes and focusing on this. And so I think there's a lot of pieces that are really middle school appropriate.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Doss.
Trustee Duran.
I just wanted to ask the superintendent if maybe for the next presentation, if there could be some kind of looking into the traffic patterns that Ms. Brill mentioned, to see if, what they actually are. I mean, obviously we have to go back to pre-COVID times, but could you bring that information as part of the presentation next round, please?
We would try. We have, I think, 3 days, counting tomorrow, and probably 2, if there's not already existing study on a traffic pattern, for us to do it ourselves. I don't know how realistic that might be within the next 2 days.
I'm not sure that that you could use the data from this year, given that the high school only operates a couple of hours.
That is correct. You're absolutely correct.
So maybe, past times before COVID, what did the traffic patterns look like?
Yeah, I would also just say that, you talk to anyone in the parent community who's typically dropped off or picked up, and it's just incredibly jammed up there in the mornings. And that's when we're not on the same schedule as the high school. So, and with the way things are with the annex, we have, all of those parking spots taken up. We have, portables in our parking lot. It's just very congested right now. It's not always going to be that way, right? We might have an opportunity in the future where it doesn't feel that way because the annex will have a lot less students at it once Marin is built. But right now there's just, in that very small area, I think just a lot happening in that time of the morning.
I wonder if you could just add it to your survey, though, and your outreach to the parents, if there could be a question around that, question or two.
A question asking parents
about the congestion. I mean, how they perceive it. Is it an issue for them?
Sure.
I mean, I will say, as someone that lives half a block from the intersection of San Gabriel and Portland Avenue, that having those two schools start at the exact same time would lead to huge backups all the way down Portland, all the way down San Gabriel and Brighton, because there's basically one loop that all of those students would be being dropped off at. So I think the traffic pattern issue is not necessarily one of parent frustration. It's also obviously one of potential district safety, because anytime we have a lot of backups and a lot of traffic, we run the risk of students obviously being hit in crosswalks and so forth. So I think we do have some observational data that was done about just the volume of traffic being going, especially to both sites when we were looking at the relocation of the Ocean View students. So I can reach out to Ken McCroskey and Kim Trutain did some of that observation. But I think it's not really about parental preference. It's about student safety and sort of district liability around having so many hundreds and hundreds of families dropping off their kids in a 2-block area. That's my assessment as a neighbor that watches that traffic pattern where, Portland in normal times gets backed up for blocks with people being dropped off at the high school. And that's a pedestrian access for middle school students. So it's a risky proposition. Vice President Doss, and then I'm going to we're a little bit over time on this item, so I'll try to summarize the direction that I'm hearing.
Yes, so I'll be quick. I was just wondering if it would be possible to add some of the middle school schedules from the surrounding school districts to the presentation when it's brought back for us to, I think that'll really help in my decision making. But I can only speak for myself. And so if it's possible, I know everybody has a lot on their plate, but maybe like Emeryville, Piedmont, Oakland, El Cerrito, kind of the surrounding areas, what some of those middle school schedules look like would be really helpful. And then for there's like a lot of traffic like around the middle school in the morning, but I see like a lot of students like riding their bikes. I don't know if there's some bike training or something provided to kind of motivate more students to maybe ride their bikes if they're able to do so. Some students are coming in from far away, so they're not able to ride their bikes. They have to, drive or be dropped off, but I'm just, kind of thinking about that. So maybe incorporating that might kind of limit some of the traffic. But that's just a side note. No need to run with that, but I would like the schedules from the surrounding middle schools. I think it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to summarize our discussion, which is that I think folks, a majority at least, would like to see the survey reopened for some amount of time, and then those results brought back when this comes back as review and action, some information about whether other districts are going this route. I'm not hearing any substantive changes that folks are asking for, so I think the same schedule coming back, and then also just maybe an illustration of the kind of traffic pattern that would lead us to want to have the high school and the middle school starting at 2 different times. I think that's all the direction that I'm hearing. Other than that, the schedule can come back in its current form for a vote at our next meeting. All right, I'm taking that as consent. So thank you very much, Principal Brill, for all your work putting this together. I think it's a really exciting move for our kids as both sleepers and as students and learners. So we'll look forward to seeing this back again. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your time.
Now I have no idea where we are in the agenda. Okay, we're going back to section 13, staff reports. We have an enrollment update, item 13-1. And I'm going to hand it to you, Superintendent Wells, because I'm not sure who's presenting this.
Great. Next staff report is item 13-1, enrollment update for school year 2021 and 22. This will be facilitated by our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. And at this time, Ms. Shen, if you could elevate Kim Trutain, our Support Services Coordinator, who will be joining me for this presentation. So thank you, President Hinckley, board members and community members who are joining us tonight. Tonight, what we'd like to do is we would like to give you some information on current enrollment for Albany Unified School District. This would include some current numbers as well as some projections for next year. Like many districts in Alameda County, Albany Unified is experiencing some declining enrollment. And through efforts to recruit interdistrict transfer applicants and sustaining resident enrollment, our goal is to meet or exceed the projected enrollment targets for the 21-22 school year. So at this time, Ms. Shen, if you could start our slides, that would be great. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, enrollment is declining in Albany Unified School District, but we're not unique to this trend. California TK through 12 public school enrollment did drop 2.6% from the 1920 to the 2021 school year, according to the CDE, or the California Department of Education. And it is disproportionately affecting the state's youngest students. 88% of the drop occurred in kindergarten to 6th grade. There was undoubtedly a pandemic effect to this drop, but as we all know, it's also primarily due to the slowing population growth, to flight out of the Bay Area due to housing costs and other factors. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, Albany Unified School District is affected, but less than many other districts. Albany Unified School District's enrollment has declined an average of about 1.58% each year since 2014-15. For example, the total percentage drop from 2014-15 to our projections next year would be a full 10.6%. To give you concrete numbers then, we had a high enrollment of 3,881 students in 2014-15. And our low would be our projections for next year, 2021-22, which shows us at 3,471 projected for next year. This includes a projected kindergarten class of 210 students, and also students who are placed in non-public school settings. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do, Ms. Shen, is actually, if I could, provide a more accurate and more timely update for our enrollment. Our enrollment changes daily. We have drops and we have additions. And so this was as of June 3rd when we submitted the information to the board. But if it's okay, President Hinckley, I would like to give you some more current information, as it's the 8th of June and we do have some current numbers.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll go through this. This is a slide that I just updated within the last half hour. Wanted to make sure that my numbers were as clear as possible. So this is now our enrollment update as of June 8th today. Looking down at the bottom line, if I could, as of today, in fact, again, this is as of June 8th, not the 4th. But as of June 8th, we do have 3,382 Albany residents enrolled. This includes rollovers, students who are moving from one grade to the next. This also includes new enrollees to Albany. Again, these are residents. We do have 49 confirmed interdistrict transfers. These are transfer students who have completed the process in our areas enrollment. We've actually approved about 67 interdistrict transfer applicants for next year. And again, 49 of them have completed the process. Our current enrollment for 21-22 is now 34-31. Again, daily we have drops, we have additions. So we wanted to give you the most accurate and up-to-date information as of today, 34-31. I'll stop sharing. Ms. Shen, if you could go back to our slides, that would be helpful. Thank you. I'd like to invite, again, our support services coordinator, Kim Trutain, to help me present this slide. She's been doing an outstanding job of making sure that our interdistrict transfer information is available to our community. And so, Ms. Trutain, if you could please present this slide. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. We started this year with an ad, a large ad in the print edition of the East Bay Times, which is similar to, well, actually it's exactly what was done last year. A similar ad, same size, on 2 days a week. This year we expanded that in that we also ran the ad in the neighborhood supplements to the East Bay Times. And we also, in addition to that, put some hyper targeted digital ads in the online East Bay Times that would only be seen in surrounding communities, which are really the only places where realistically we could expect families to come from in an interdistrict transfer. They have to be reasonably close to Albany to make that work. In addition, we've been putting announcements in the Berkeley Parents Network, which is probably familiar to all of you as a great source of information about schools in the area. And we also established a Google ad, an online advertisement. This was, that Google ad has been getting a whole lot of click-throughs. At the time we submitted this, it was 5,300 views. And for this, we were able to pick out specific zip codes for our neighboring areas. And so it's not being shown in places where there's no possibility of them actually coming. And there have been over 1,200, as of today, actually, there's been over 1,300 clicks on that ad, which takes them to our interdistrict transfer enrollment page so that they can fill out an interest form and get more information if they choose. That's a very high click-through rate. And so we've been pleased with the performance of that ad. I will also just add, this is not on the slide, but if you look at the number of interest forms that were filled out last year, and this is just a snapshot, this is just for these particular months, So March of 2020 through September of 2020, I think we had about 155 interest forms filled out. And that would be for, enrollment this past year. Now, if you go on further from September 2020 and figure that most people who are then filling out an interest form in October, I'm not sure exactly if they're trying to come in at mid-year or what, but if we add up the numbers going from October 2020 to the present, we've had 220 interest forms filled out. So I do think that that these ads are generating interest in Albany. I think that that's the first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trutain. And I believe the last slide will be opening up for questions. So just to summarize, we had a target predicted enrollment for next school year of 3,471 students, 3,471. To date, we believe we've enrolled 3,431. We're still anticipating to have more kindergartners enrolling as the months go further into the summer. We also are very assertively reaching out to those interdistrict families who perhaps have not completed the process yet. As Ms. Trutain said, who have submitted information that they are interested. We're reaching out by email and by phone to see if there's anything we can do to help supplement whatever they need to do to continue and complete that process for enrolling for next year. At this point, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you. So usually I let everybody else ask questions first, but I have one request, which is, could you put back up the slide from I think it's okay that it's the older slide, but just the one that shows enrollment by grade for a minute. So we've been talking for a while about enrollment, and one of the conversations we had originally about bringing in transfer students, particularly at the high school level, was led to a discussion about our sort of target cohort size. So I just wanted to draw the board's attention to the fact that the gradual decrease in our overall district enrollment, in ways, it sort of doesn't really tell us the story of the impending cliff of enrollment as our cohort sizes drop so much. And just for perspective, the target cohort size we talked about for the middle and high school was 315 students in a cohort at the high school and 295 at the middle school. And if you look at some of these elementary grades, we are 40, 50, 60 students off from that per grade. So I really appreciate having this update, because I think the board and the district needs to have a really serious conversation about what our high school and middle school will look like if we continue to have cohorts of, in the mid 240s, 250. And I think, as you said, this is a demographic trend that is far from unique to Albany and may have been exacerbated by the past year. But I think it might be helpful to hear a little bit from staff, from the superintendent, or from you, Director Ritchie, about how we should be thinking about this overall picture. Even if I don't think the strategy would be to hope for 40 or 50 students per grade of interdistrict transfers. That doesn't seem like a realistic strategy to me, but maybe you could talk a little bit about how the board should interpret this this difference in the number of students we have in our current 9th through 12th grades and these much younger cohorts.
Let me add, thank you for that, President Hinckley. Let me just add some further context to this. Last year, prior to a pandemic, we've gotten over 100 IDTs coming here. This year, we even have a more aggressive push in terms of our advertisement that we think is resulting in more students who and families who want to come. Last I checked, my understanding, we had well over 300 families who were on our interest list. And so I know we've been busy with a number of issues around the pandemic. And I think as we begin to hone in even further on our interest list, I'm optimistic that we can meet or exceed our numbers of IDTs. But it certainly has some internal questions with conversation with staff about what is our capacity. And so making it clear to our elementary, middle, and high school that our capacity is as just mentioned, and that we do have room for the many families who are on our interest list, and then looking at ways in which we can get those people on our interest list opportunities to be part of the Albany community will be something we would have to revisit, given the fact that some school districts have stopped giving out permits during a certain time, is my understanding. And what is the workaround around that? And that's something we're looking into further. But in terms of the capacity, I think we're going to revisit and try to re-strategize, because we certainly didn't have an interest list last year of 300 or 400 students, and this year we do.
Great.
If I could add an element too for this discussion, one of the items on the consent calendar was our IDT, our interdistrict transfer memorandum of understanding within Alameda County. And one of the holdups for approving that at the last board meeting was the idea that we did not come to consensus in terms of, can I start admitting students on an interdistrict transfer directly into an independent study program or a virtual academy? And some of the larger districts have a pretty robust independent study and even virtual academies, which they've been able to hone over the past pandemic year. If that does occur, that we are able to admit students directly to an independent study or virtual academy, I am a bit concerned that Albany does not have the capacity to compete. Therefore, other districts, larger districts, could start to offer interdistrict transfers strictly into their virtual academies, which would unfortunately kind of affect us negatively, because we just can't compete with a virtual academy or an independent study program. So that was put on hold. There are no decisions, but if that does open up, then that does present a whole nother set of issues that Albany would have to deal with. We might see ourselves losing students to other districts that could offer a free and appropriate virtual academy.
Thank you for that information. Yeah, Trustee Duran, and I don't know if you still want the screen up, Trustee Duran, or.
No, I'm okay. Basically, I have two questions. One is based on what President Hinckley raised. Are we in the near future going to sit down and have workshops or discussions about the reality of smaller population students, that the IDTs are not going to save the district long term in terms of our structural deficit? So how are we going to address this issue? And we need to start thinking about what the district's really going to look like, and all the various things like Executive Director Richie mentioned, now with some online kinds of competitions, who knows what else there is. So I wanted to ask the superintendent if there's going to be some brainstorming, sitting down with different stakeholders and coming up with a plan, including the BAC, to help us out in figuring this out going forward. Because it may not happen next year. Well, it already is happening to us, but what are we going to do?
Typically, school districts engage in what we call a demographic study. And that's when we look at the city's birth rates, the housing growth of a city, that kind of capacity that would give us better projections. And in recent years, we haven't done that. I had a conversation with our CBO, Kim. Moving forward, we will be doing that because we do have some potential growth developments with new housing projects here in Albany, coupled with the great need to sit down with our board to talk about projections and strategies to try to maintain our current enrollment. And the reason why we want to maintain our current enrollment is because we get funding to provide wonderful programs and services to our kids. And if we don't maintain our current enrollment, we lose that funding, hence goes away a number of programs and services to kids.
But we will be talking about a plan potentially next year that will really outline the following 3-4 years and what our different alternatives are.
I think that's something we need to explore collectively, perhaps in a workshop. Internally as staff, we're looking at a number of different options to get a grasp on the enrollment and the decline that, as Executive Director Richie mentioned, we're part of the pattern here in California with the decline enrollment. And we're trying to slow that down as much as possible or even stop it. And so that means putting all of our heads together to come up with a strategy, hence a plan, to address what we're facing, and that's declining enrollment.
And maybe we'll talk about it later with CBO Kim with our budget specifically. So yes, is that correct? We'll be talking about that as well.
We can, but it won't. It hasn't been an intentional targeted subject. It has been internally, but not with our board yet in great length and depth. And we're hoping to be able to do that rather soon.
Okay. And the last comment or question really is, I had reached out earlier to get an answer to how was the district reaching out in terms of this advertisement to the larger community for parents that are non-English speaking and cannot read the East Bay Times or any other media or newspaper thing in English and would need translation. And I was told that our website does some translation, but the parents are not going to go to the website if they first don't see an outreach to them in another language other than English.
Trustee Duran, I really, really appreciate that question because it's an area that we have to address. It's a big hole. How do we reach the various non-English speaking communities? And that's an area we haven't really done well in. And that's what we have to put on the table in terms of how do we get better at reaching all of the communities in various language. And I think you're onto something there. And that is a challenge for us, but we will address it collectively.
Trustee Davis.
Okay, I have a couple questions. One that I raised in our questions that we sent to the board, and the staff, and said that you would get back to us in time. I just wanted to make it public that I asked this question to look at the census data for children living in Albany versus our enrollment numbers, so that we can have a grasp of how many of our actual resident children are enrolled in our district and how many are not enrolled in our district, and how we can help keep those children within our district. I would think it would also be beneficial for us looking forward to start having the conversation of when the Marin rebuild is done, are we keeping the half-day kindergarten or are we going back to offering a full-day kindergarten? Because I'm just looking, if we only have 195 kindergartners enrolled this year, that's really low. And I'm wondering if that's a factor. I know for my own personal family, it's a factor. 3-hour kindergarten for my older son was a big challenge and cost us a lot of money out of pocket. And so I would wonder if that is also something that other parents are looking at, keeping children in a preschool for a year longer, I've heard is an option, and or other districts or private school, and then they stay. And just anecdotally, you know, I'm looking around Albany and walking around Albany, and I'm seeing families leave, but I'm not seeing vacancies in houses or anything like that. And their rental properties seem to be full, and houses are selling quickly. So I guess I'm surprised if we're really experiencing a population decline. And so I'm curious if we really can explore the other reasons why we're not keeping our student population in Albany, and not just rely on these interdistrict transfers, because I think that's great, but I think maybe we're missing our mark here a little bit.
Thank you for that. I think those are excellent points that we need to explore.
Trustee Corzo.
I was just wondering if we had any data. I know we have, we sort of track the number of inter-district transfers that come in, but whether we have data on retention across the board of how many students that are in the district leave that aren't graduating per year, and if there's anything like that, and maybe in the future if the board could disaggregate it by grade or other demographics, if that's available, because I think that would be sort of like what Trustee Davidson was saying. There could be some other reasons that we have declining enrollment besides population decline, and I think those are definitely more in our control than Bay Area housing prices, and deserve a good look at.
Vice President.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best here to ask my questions because I'm on duty right now. So I wanted to kind of follow up on the interdistrict transfer. I think that it's a great opportunity for students outside of the district to come and receive a quality education. And it's my hope that that's how we are advertising it, not necessarily like we need funding, come here, but more of we want to, we have such a quality education here and we want to provide it to students outside of the district as well as students within the city limits. So I'm wondering kind of like what how we go about the advertising there. And then I know what the policy is as a board member, but is that something that we're making public and that we're kind of making it easily accessible as to like what the interdistrict transfer policy is, and how hard or easy it is to kind of maintain the continuity of your education throughout, because I think that sometimes that might be a deterrent. People might feel like, I don't know if I want to like go through all that or put my student through that, or the uncertainty of if they start going there, will they be able to finish, things like that. So I'm just kind of wondering, how we're going about doing that.
I just jumped into like the Executive Director Ritchie presentation with the Q&A, but I like to defer to her. She has great expertise in this area. So Executive Director Ritchie, I'm gonna hand it back to you.
Certainly. Vice President Dosh, just to reiterate, the interdistrict transfer memorandum of understanding is for Alameda County. And so it's one form for everybody within Alameda County who would like to transfer to a school. So that language is developed and it's standard across all the districts in Alameda County. What's interesting about Albany Unified is that a majority of our interdistrict transfer students come from West Contra Costa County. And they have a whole nother set of rules, of course, when it comes to whether or not they would like to release their students. And what we have found is a bit of an uptick in West Contra Costa denying an exit from their district to ours, in particular for brand new families. For continuing families, it's pretty straightforward. In fact, we routinely approve well over 300 interdistrict transfers that are continuing. We rarely, if anything, exit a student who has already started in our district, and there are some board policies that speak to that. So I'll also defer to Ms. Trutain. I think you had a question about advertising and how we're outreaching. And so if she has anything to add, she can certainly do that as well. But sometimes it takes that personal touch as well. For example, I had a staff member reach out to me who wanted to transfer their students from Oakland Unified to Albany Unified. This was the first year that they had tried. And I could tell that there was some hurdles in terms of accessing that information. And so we worked with them and we emailed Oakland Unified all of the documents that they were requesting. So it was very easy then for her to navigate that system with our assistance.
I would just add to that, you know, it's been a very busy spring, but I have heard all of the board trustees, and you guys have had some great ideas that we need to follow up on. And I think preparing a really easy step-by-step kind of document in multiple languages would be a great summer project for us to work on this summer. And also some advertising outreach that begins the process in different languages is also essential. If you look at the interdistrict transfer enrollment page, it does lay it out. And so I think once they get onto the site, it does a fairly good job of saying, okay, you got to do this, this, and this. But I think we might be able to make it even easier for families. And then I also heard that trustees, I think Trustee Davidson and Corzo Clark just talk about what about Albany residents that are choosing to go elsewhere. And I just wanted to point out that we do have an exit form that we encourage families to use. And I've looked at that, and it does give opportunity for them to tell us where they're going and why. And there's a large comment field in case they want to tell us more about their specific plans or issues. And there's also an option of like, do you want us to call you? Do you want to talk on the phone? And so I think that as Superintendent Wells mentioned, having a future workshop at some point, certainly after we have the new census results, and trying to combine some of this different data from these different places, will give us a much better picture of how we're serving our residents and where they're going to school, and what we can look for in terms of supplementing our students and giving opportunity to other nearby students and other nearby communities to come here. So I think that that's a great idea, and I hope that the board is able to follow up on that and schedule that.
In addition to that, Trustee Vice President Doss, your question around our hope and how we're advertising in a way where we are crystal clear and we state that we would be honored to service, to educate your kids in a quality education institute. So it's very inviting. And it's a wonderful ad, I think, to read. And to both Trustee Davidson and Vice President Doss point around kindergarten, it's an issue we are going to have to address one day soon, because if, and the operative word is if, we switch from full day kindergarten to half day kindergarten under the auspices of temporary housing, we're not going to have temporary housing in 18 months anymore. We're going to have regular housing. So that means we will be bringing the kindergartners back full time if the rationale for having half day kindergarten was because of temporary housing. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the rationale for that vote at that time.
Okay, thank you for that.
I wasn't.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just want to note that we're well over time on this item and we still have a lot of meeting left. And I do think this will take some time out of our budget discussion because we don't need to cover enrollment again there. But I just wanted to wrap up the suggestions that folks made. If there's a new one you want to add, Vice President Doss, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just, I appreciate Executive Director Ritchie jumping in and answering all my questions, along with Support Services Coordinator Trutain. Welcome. And also, for the record, I did not say anything about kindergarten. That was Trustee Davidson. I just want that to be on record. I did not mention that. I don't want to get in trouble with Trustee Duran.
All right.
So not mention that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So what I'm hearing is there are two issues here. One is the IDT, and there were some suggestions about continuing to improve how we're doing in terms of reaching out to potential families. And then the other piece is the underlying enrollment picture. And so the idea is that we'll have some sort of analysis and perhaps a workshop in the fall. The Budget Advisory Committee has also been looking at enrollment, so it could perhaps happen under their auspices. But I want to thank you all for pulling together this data. I think it's so important, especially when we move to the budget discussion, that the board has a really comprehensive understanding of the demographic changes that are happening in our enrollment picture. Okay, so now we're going to move on to we have a public hearing on our local control and accountability plan. And Julie might need to help me do the public hearing part properly. So I'm going to open our public hearing for the local control and accountability plan, which will then be coming back to us next. But Assistant Superintendent Williams, I'm going to hand it to you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just have a few sentences to say in regards to the public hearing. So tonight we're presenting the LCAP for school year 2021-2022. As you see here in the board backup, all districts are required to develop and approve an LCAP by July the 1st. Last year, as you know, because we were in the midst of a global pandemic and still are to some extent, we were able not to develop an entire LCAP, but instead all districts were required to create what was referred to as a learning continuity and attendance plan. So in the board materials this evening that you see relative to the LCAP, there is the required budget overview for parents. The purpose of that document is just to address overall revenues in the district and then expenditures relative to the LCAP, and then just a brief explanation of how we spend other dollars. There's an annual update, which is required. And this year, that annual update is composed of two pieces. The first piece is a look back at how we implemented the 2020 LCAP a couple of years ago, and then also how the district implemented the LCP, Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And then the actual LCAP document, you'll see, has gotten a bit of a facelift this year also. But that document requires that we address the 27 state metrics in terms of identifying goals, so baseline and goals, and then identifying actions and expenditures. As you look through the LCAP document this year, you'll notice it's a little thinner, it's a little slimmer, it's a little lighter. And that was done intentionally to simplify the document, to make it more parent-friendly, to make it more accessible, and then also to some degree to make the document more transparent for families and stakeholders. You will notice also in the document that the section having to do with metrics, goals, actions, and services has also become a little streamlined. So instead of identifying every action and every expenditure related to that action and the source of every expenditure, what instead we're providing are just a description of sort of our key actions relative to meeting our 3 LCAP goals, which remain unchanged. Goal number 1 is around assessing and increasing student academic performance. Goal number 2 is around supporting the whole child. And goal number 3 is around communicating and leading together. So the LCAP is actually a little more streamlined this year. And then just quickly, I'll just pop out some highlights for you, some that we've sort of just been discussing recently. In goal number 1, around increasing and assessing student academic achievement, you'll see that we are planning to implement a data infrastructure to go along with the data system, the assessment system that we implemented this year. So that's FastBridge. Next year, we will have far more robust tools to be able to conduct the kind of analysis that will help us to use that data to inform our instruction. Earlier this evening, you approved the revision of or the appointment of approval of a job description for an assessment teacher on special assignment. This role will be integral to supporting our district's move toward a continuous cycle of improvement. So really appreciate that. And then we continue to really bolster our programs around intervention for students. In goal number 2, which is around support for the whole child, you'll see that we continue to highlight our robust social, emotional, and mental health system, and really then also pay some attention to creating and maintaining welcoming environments for students. Julie, I don't think you need to try to find the slides. I'll be done by the time you get to that page. In goal number 3, which is around communicate and lead together, you'll notice that there are a couple different things happening. So we have, as you saw just a little earlier, our support services coordinator, Ms. Trutain, Dr. Trutain. So really sort of naming and highlighting our moves toward improving both the quality and the frequency of our communication. And then also you will note that we are making some really intentional moves also toward providing that communication in the primary languages of our many families. So we will be bringing on some tools to support us with that this year. We were really fortunate to be able to get hooked up with Language Line. They provide voice translation. So for parent conferences this year, families were able to engage in that parent conference in their primary language. It's a really great tool. And moving forward, we will be looking to provide more written communication also in families' primary languages. So really excited about being able to really sort of hone our focus around sort of our prioritized needs that have come up this year and have been on our radar for some time. Our next steps in this process after the public hearing, we will be posting this draft document on the front of our website tomorrow with a link to solicit written feedback. We will be paying attention to, monitoring and responding to that feedback in writing as required. And then on June the 22nd, this document will come back for your final review and approval. So that's just a little bit of information before you open the public hearing. And I'm happy to entertain any questions or comments at this time.
Great, thank you. Ms. Shen, can you tell me what process we have to follow to make this an official public hearing?
Yeah, so you should open the public hearing now and then ask for any public comments. And if there are none, then you can close the public hearing.
Okay, and board comments in the same window.
Correct, yes. Sorry, I've missed that.
All right.
Yeah.
That's okay.
This is
All right,
where your
I'm now
gavel
opening.
come into play. Your big gavel.
Got it. Yes, I have no gavel. So I am hereby opening the public hearing on the 2021-22 local control accountability plan. So board, you're welcome to ask questions, or members of the public. Yes, we have one public comment. Olga, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me this moment. I think one of the goals for the LCAP has to be, and a concern for the community has been the test scores, the very low test scores for Latino and African American students within Albany. As far as there being interventions that are part of the institution of the school, and it's not just, you know, there has to be much more bigger interventions earlier rather than later. I understand that the school summer program is going to be addressing some of that, but as in its entirety, we should really be very concerned at the low test scores for those two communities specifically. And I know that there's been so much work that's been done through the LCAP, and I want to thank you, Marie, for that incredible work that you've done. But that still has not really changed very much as far as where our children should be at. And I think there should really be some outrage over where we stand as a community as far as academically, how our children have fallen behind. So I would just ask that on those two things, that be accessible. The other thing is, as part of the LCAP, that I would ask the board members to consider as well, is that these meetings, that there be some semblance of translation so that parents from all communities are able to understand, right? Has not been institutionalized. There is no Chinese translation. There's no Spanish translation whatsoever. And these are families that want to understand the process. You can't understand the process if there is no accessibility of language, right? And that's absolutely fundamental in looking towards the future and the kind of experience we want children in Albany to have. So webinars also allow for there to be interpreters, right? As long as you have them, so that families can choose that option within Zoom. And I would just encourage everybody to also take into consideration what we want our children to be able to be fruitful within Albany academically, and that this has to be addressed from elementary all the way up to high school. Thank you.
Thank you. I will note we do have one item later on this agenda, the creation of the Student Achievement Committee, that I think many of us are hoping will take some of these questions and dig into them for the coming year. Any other public or board questions or comments? Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing, my invisible gavel, and we will see the LCAP come back to us for approval on June 22nd. Thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Williams, for running that whole process. And we will look forward to approving it next time we meet. All right, our next public hearing is fiscal year 2021-22 budget. So I'm going to hand it off to CBO Kim.
Good evening, board, Superintendent Wells, and community. This evening we have public hearing for 21-22 proposed budget report. I share my screen and just start presentation. Okay. So this proposed budget report is one of the routinely required state reporting, along with adoption, which is coming next board meeting, first interim and second interim report. And also as well as the fiscal close, which we also call an audit actions. and you will receive annual audit after that. So the first line item, adoption, first interim, second interim reports are budget numbers, projected numbers. And the second line item on audit extras are the actual numbers. Okay, so this proposed budget include updates from May revise, an executive summary and SOX report, and 21-22 budget, and next 2 subsequent years budget. Okay, so this is a budget process timeline. So we are in June, so you will get to see the estimate actual, which means 2021, this current year's budget is going to be most updated budget for this current year, and the budget for the next year, 21-22, and thus we are going to see the state budget adoption and see if we need to make any major changes in September for the 45-day revise. So we are going to follow these timelines along the year. So the factors for this budget development. So student enrollment generates staffing plans, meaning staff increase, staff decrease, any staffing adjustment, and also it drives our revenues. So that's why earlier we went over this enrollment, how important this enrollment is. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about it later on. And also unduplicated student count. So unduplicated students are the students for count for English learners, low-income families, and foster youth families. So this count determines our supplementary grants and our federal title grants. So when we have a less of this percentage or less of the students counts, we are going to get less of our federal incomes and other supplementary incomes. Okay, and also this budget include or should include all the any contract with our labor partners. But at this time, at the last board meeting, we sunshine with our ATA. So we don't have any items at this point. So you won't see any raises or any other negotiated factors at this budget. Okay, so this is enrollment trend. So from 2014, we had 3,881 students. And now you are looking about in 21-22 year, 3,471. So we dropped about 410 students, which is little over 10% in last 7 years. Okay. And this is not only us though, this is really the trend in California and trend in Bay Area. So we are one of those school districts following the trend. And especially I wanted to point out this last 2 years, we lost 85 and we are expecting to lose about 30 students, meaning about 115 students. I just want you to kind of have a, remember these numbers so that we can talk about it later on. Why these numbers are important, how to address our staffing plans in the future years. Okay. And also this number include our inter-district transfer students and projections. Okay. So the impact of declining enrollment. So for me, for the budget-wise, let's say if we are losing about 117 students or ADA, ADA for us is about 97%, which is the attendance rate. So we actually get funded based on ADA, but we just say enrollment because it's in the same direction. So if we lose 117 students or ADA at 10,000 per student, meaning we have a lost revenue about $1,117,000. Okay. Now to address those loss for the revenue, now let's say 120 students requires about proportional layoff about 5 teachers at the class size of 24:1. 5 teachers times 85,000 per teacher, including benefits. That's about 425,000 and other supply savings. So the total proportional savings will be about 473,000. So this proportional layoff leaves 697 deficit for us. So when we lose about $1.1 million, we can only address about 470,000 savings. So that's why this is really critical for us to address this declining enrollment, because that means really more program has to be cut in other areas. Okay, so the multi-year projects assumptions, this means these are the assumptions that we use for our multi-year projections. So I will just go over the first row, the enrollment. So this is the actual enrollment for 2021, 3,501, and 21-22, we are projecting to have about 3,471. And you will see that it drops later on about 1.27%. And this is really average of our declining enrollment for the last 5 years that I factor into. So now usually we get funded on ADA. Also, funded ADA will be the higher of current year and the prior year. So that means when you look at it in let's say 22-23 year. So if our prior year, which is 21-22 year, 3,471, is higher than the 22-23, then we get the higher one of the ADA, meaning we will get the prior ADA. Now, when we look at 21-22 year, this number is same as 2021. So because of this pandemic, we are getting our whole harmless provision due to the COVID. So we are carrying over the same ADA from 2019 and 20 up to 21-22 year. Okay, so this is the last year for us to carry the 19-20 ADA, meaning starting 22-23, we are going to see a big drop and big hit. Here you will see from the second row ADA funded 3,485 to 3,372, right? Do you see this number here? That means about over 100 students, 110 students, meaning we are really losing about 1 million. So that's where we are and where we are looking for our next year, not this 21-22, but in 22-23. Okay, and the cost of living adjustment on COLA, we got the super COLA this year for 5.07. And I mentioned a while back that for us to keep our step and column increase and other health benefit increase, STIRS and PERS, we need to have about 3.5 to 3.8%. So this year with the super COLA, we are comfortable in a way in budget wise, and we don't see a structural deficit. But in 22-23, with less COLA of only 2.48, with dropping students enrollment, we are going to see a big structural deficit. Okay, and I just also wanted to point out the big change here for this year's budget is the last item here, unemployment insurance rate. It went up about 24.6 times, which means we used to only have about 15,000 in 2021. Now we are looking at about 370,000. So this should cover with our COLA adjustment of 5%. Okay, so the funding, the total funding we are gonna get for the LCFF funding is about 33 million for this 21-22 year. And I also sometimes get asked this question, so how much does it cost if my student doesn't show up to the school? I get those questions a lot. So here is the number. It's about $48 at the end in this last column, $48 to $49. So this is really the ADA number. So if your student doesn't show up to school, this is how much money we are gonna lose daily. Okay. Also, I wanted to point out that it is important to note that this proposed COLA, super COLA of 5.07% is not for all programs, meaning special education only gets 4.05% COLA, and our Albany Children's Center program only gets 1.7 COLA this year. So then this is the base grant funding. just shows our base grant, any other grant level add-ons, supplementary money, and the concentration money that we do not receive in Albany because our unduplicated percentages are below 55%. We have about 24-25%. Okay, so here is 21-22 total revenue. We have about 81% from the state. And thanks to our community, we have a partial tax revenue of 14%. It's 14% of our total revenue. It used to be about 12 to 13%, but now with the additional Measure B, we are going to get about 700,000 more starting 21-22. Okay, and this is our total expenditures. We have about 85% on salaries and benefits of our total expenditures. And this is 21-22 proposed budget without the one-time funding. So as you can see, earlier we mentioned about not having structural deficit for 21-22 year because of the super COLA. I would like to mention here that we really like to focus on restricted side of the money. As you can see, the net increase of 200,000. Restricted money is little hard to understand because what it means is, let's say last year, we were not able to open up our school until March. That means we didn't do the textbook adoption. We didn't really spend a lot of facility related items other than COVID. So that means we are saving those restricted dollars that we have specific purpose when we receive the money from the state, like addressing the routine maintenance or addressing textbook adoption or addressing other items. We are saving it and we get to use it in the next year. So those are why you see this net decrease, more expenditures, because we have those money reserved in the fund balance, and then we get to use it in this 21-22 year. So a good example will be really a textbook money that we haven't done any textbook adoption for last 2 years because of pandemic. The next one is the merger projection for the next 2 years, and now you can see the structural deficit, of course. And that's the reason we went over the declining enrollment and less COLA. So this is the definition of the structural deficit. And really our goal is to balance expenditures with revenues to ensure our fiscal and programmatic stability. Okay. So the next step, board will receive for the current year budget, the board will receive on audit actuals, which is the actual number in September. And that number gets audited and board will receive audit report in January of 2022. And for the 21-22 budget, so we have budget public hearing this evening. And the next board meeting, we are going to have a budget adoption. And we will wait to hear from the Governor's Act on the budget by June 30th. From it's a state level. So here are the next steps, and I guess that's really the end of the presentation. So if any questions, I can entertain any questions from the board or any public comments.
Great, thank you. So first I will open our public hearing on the budget and ask either the public or board members for questions. I have a general question, which is just especially for those board members who haven't gone through a budget cycle. So typically we get this document plus a long description of all the adjustments that have been made, usually reductions. But in this case, what I'm understanding is that this is essentially, aside from the one-time funding, that we're continuing our basic budget from our last sort of pre-COVID setup to the next year, and that there are no sort of cuts or other changes embedded in this budget. that this is just a continuation of what we're normally doing. Is that a fair description?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that so that folks understand what exactly we would be approving when this comes back to us to vote. Yeah, Vice President Doss.
Yeah, are the rules, so I know that they kind of made some adjustments to the rules around attendance because of COVID, and there was some leniency there. How and when is that going to change, or and how is that going to affect the budget? And then is there anything we can do to kind of maintain that? Like if we like maintain a Zoom option, will it still count towards the students' attendance for that day if they don't come to school for any reason, or?
That's a really good question. And I always say one is the program question about the virtual academy Zoom classes. But also for the money side, I would say, so you will see a big drop over more than 100 students in 22-23 year, meaning we are going to lose more than $1 million because of those enrollment numbers. And Vice President Doss, you are correct that we were getting the whole hum list for ADA, but it ends in 21-22. So the big drop, how we address the big drop in money-wise is, I don't think we can rely on our inter-district transfer students because in theory, Bay Area is declining area. And this is just a trend in California. So it's not just only us. And also, let's say in theory, let's say we are not losing any students. We are keep adding our 50 students or 100 students. That means we are going to have more students. It's more like a growth of enrollment, which is not happening for us, right? Even though we had a great year of last year of IDT over 110, we are still declining. So I think in some point, we will just have to accept that we are one of those school districts with the declining enrollment, and we will have to make an adjustment online with our revenue and expenditures, and meaning also staffing adjustment as well. I think that's, so the program side, I wasn't able to answer because it's more of the virtual academy and gym classes, but then for the money side, I think we really need to address it from now on. Because this is the last year for us of the whole harmless.
You probably can't, my lights are off because she finally went to sleep. I'm not turning them on, but I was shaking my head. Yes, like I was agreeing with what you were saying. So thank you. I appreciate it. And then maybe Superintendent Wells can follow up at a later time in terms of like kind of our plan around addressing some of those items.
Great. I see him nodding. All right, Trustee Duran.
I wanted to ask, so CBO Kim, does this mean that this budget for next year, there is no addressing the structural deficit for the future in this plan?
Not for 21-22. Yes, this coming year, we do not include any reductions, only because we are not expecting declining enrollment because of the whole harmless provision. And also, since we got the one-time money, this is more of a planning year for us that our budget advice committee is working on to address structural deficits, to bring it to the board, hopefully by December of this year, meaning we only have about 6 months. So that can be included in our next year budget.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that, since I've been on the board, we've heard about structural deficit. And we kind of keep putting off tightening our belts, in other words, just kind of pushing it down the street, so to speak. So we'll deal with it next year. And then the next year rolls out and we say we'll deal with it the following year, because it's hard to do. I mean, it's not going to be pleasant when we do that, but I'm just wondering if we have some time, should we not start to tighten our belts now, so that when the crisis comes, we'll at least have a little bit more funding to protect us?
Yes, you are absolutely right. So our BAC is working on the plan at this moment, and they are planning to bring the plans this December. So we have about 6 months to work on the plans. This is a really good time that usually, I think in the past, budget cut made maybe in few months, like in 2-3 months, it was a little harsh and rushed. But this year we really have time, and we've been working on it actually maybe like 2-3 months ago. So we are in a training right now, getting to really understand and grasp the budget items at the BAC meeting. So this is the year that we are working on to address the structural deficit. And I'm really hoping that this is really the year for us to address the structural deficit. Dr. West.
Yeah, in addition to that, not just address it, but that it be more of a robust, comprehensive plan moving forward, so that we don't have knee-jerk reaction and we start laying off people and nobody saw it coming. That we consider a number of different options, one of which I will be putting on the table in the immediate future, and that is we want to follow suit like Berkeley Unified and Alameda Unified and Piedmont Unified, where the community rallied around a parcel tax to address some of these kinds of issues, allowing us to remain competitive with teacher salaries and things of that sort, so that the structural deficit is addressed in a thoughtful, non-surprising way, and where it allow our budget to remain healthy. And so those are the things that we'll be grappling with in the coming months, and we will be presenting to the board, hopefully in the next 4 to 6 months, if not sooner, a structural deficit plan to best ensure that we maintain a healthy budget, because our current spending practices and patterns that we have are not sustainable. And so this has to be done in the form of a plan. So we're looking forward to that.
So we do have, a public comment. I'll give Julie a second to get our timer up. I may have done the public hearing part in the wrong order, but this is Chris Knight.
Thanks. Hey, Jackie, thanks for the great data as usual. So I'm looking at slide 7 about the multi-year projection assumptions. And I understand the point you made about the ADA being kind of frozen for a couple of years, which is why it's very solid through 21, 22, even when enrollment's declining. I believe you said that. And then there's the drop off in 22, 23. And like you said, it's shown here to be about 110 students or $1 million or so. What I don't understand is why there's such a large drop off in 22, 23. That number 3372, it seems well below the projected enrollment for 22, 23, or for even the next year, 23, 24. So I guess I'm curious, can you explain why that drop off is to that degree?
Sure, thank you for the question. I would love to share my screen. Okay, so our actual enrollment for 2021 is 3501. So then our projected for 21-22 enrollment is 3471. Okay. Now, past 5 years, we dropped about 1.27%. So this 22-23 year, our enrollment projected is 24.27. Okay. And 23-24, again, another 1.27 is used in this formula, and we are seeing about 3.383 in enrollment, the first line item. Now, this 22-23, I know you had a question about this funded ADA of 3372. That is ADA of 21-22 year. You see this blue line item here? So that is 97% of 3471. Okay. Because in 22-23 year, we get funded higher of prior year and the current year, meaning either we get funded of ADA of this 3471 of enrollment in 21-22 or 3427 enrollment in 22-23. So we are getting a higher number, which is ADA of this 3471. Hopefully this arrow works and it makes sense. And this number 3485, again, this 21-22 year funded ADA is really a funded ADA of 2019 and 20. We've been using this 3484 or 3485 numbers in 2019-20, and again 2021, and again in 21-22. That was the whole harmless provision we got from the state from the pandemic. So we got really lucky in 21-22 year, but we don't have that anymore starting 22-23. Hope that addresses your question.
And may I add that these are numbers and projections based on information we have now. And we know the budget is sometimes fluid. One of the things we haven't done historically here in Albany, and CBO Kim and I had talked about it, we will be moving forward with getting annual demographic studies. We also know that the city has recently approved housing development, which will impact and we believe will increase or cause us to adjust the formula. So that may change in a year. And I just wanted to put that out as a notation, if you will.
Any other questions on the budget? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing part of this with my imaginary gavel. And so we will see the budget come back to us again on June 22nd for approval. And then as Jackie said, that will be before we know the final state budget. So it will still be based on assumptions that we're making about what that final budget will look like. All right. So we're done with the public hearing portion of our agenda. We now move to review and discussion. We have 3 instructional materials adoption items. So I'm going to hand this over to Assistant Superintendent Williams for the first one, which is, sorry, item 15-1, adoption of instructional materials for Albany High School United States history.
Sure, great. Thank you very much. And I don't know if it would be okay, Board President Hinckley, just to give a brief little overview of each one. And then if you have questions about them as a whole, they're just brief items. So our high school social studies department has been, as you can see from the backup, using really old, and we would actually call them obsolete, instructional materials. And so what is coming forward for just review and discussion, this just gives an opportunity to sort of announce that the department has been exploring other instructional materials and would like to adopt a new textbook for US history, United States history. There was a question about whether or not the textbook that was being recommended was reflective of diverse voices. And if I could just read really quickly from the backup, it says, The text itself grapples with issues of inclusion and exclusion and incorporates previously marginalized voices. And then in the next sentence, talking about the author, Eric Forner, the book reflects his focus on the centrality of race relations in United States history. And then just another little snippet for you, the Voices of Freedom feature provides insight into the experience of people of color. So I think we feel really confident that the US history book that is being recommended for adoption, which is Give Me Liberty, the 6th edition, does in fact include the diversity of voices that we would expect to find in our classrooms to benefit all of our students. The other text that's being recommended is an economics textbook. Again, just really updating a text that is, almost 20 years old. You'll see that for each of these items, the department reviewed at least 3 other texts, and they are recommending for economics a text called, Economics Principles in Action. And then the third text that is being recommended this evening is to go along with their psychology course. And this text is called Psychology 13th edition. And so the process for the adoption of instructional materials is that they come first to the board for review and discussion again, so that we can indicate our desire to adopt these texts. Hard copies of these materials will be available at the central office here beginning tomorrow through June the 22nd. And then these texts will come back to you on June the 22nd for your consideration for review and adoption. And so I would just say that sort of following on with this work around adoptions for social studies will continue in the 21-22 school year, where we take up again adoption of instructional materials and elementary. So this is the first in a series of adoptions that we're hoping to bring to the board in the coming year, next year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for doing them all at once. So board, why don't we do questions in no particular order? Or a thumbs up if we can move on and have them come back as is. Superintendent Wells is giving the thumbs up. Yes, Trustee.
I wanted to ask Assistant Superintendent Williams, has there been much, is there a lot of enthusiasm by the teaching staff at Albany High School to support these adoptions? Because I know that when the social studies department, the history department in particular, presented the last time that they did, I guess it was last year, they were talking about how they were supplementing the textbook, et cetera. And I'm just wondering if this is kind of a choice that we don't have, except to find the least or the best of the materials, and how best is it, I guess is what I'm asking. Because I had raised the question earlier about how well does the US history address the history of people of color specifically. And I said to what degree. So maybe I'll just go in and check out the book myself at your office.
I would just say in response to your question, as far as enthusiasm, yes, great enthusiasm. I had many conversations with the social studies department chair. And in fact, it was they who approached me at the beginning of the year about this possibility. And it was they who engaged in this work. It was they who went out and found these sample texts. It was they who piloted, and it was they who circled back. And in fact, this was an item that maybe was going to be on an earlier agenda, and it sort of got bounced off because of time. And I got a frantic email saying, hold on a second, I thought we were going to get to adopt our instructional materials. So I would say there's great enthusiasm around adopting these texts. And then I would also say, sort of to your question about supplementing, I think that's always going to be an element of a great teacher's repertoire is the supplementing. I think you're not going to get everything that you need in terms of sort of content to come from a textbook. But I do think that the teachers really feel like these materials provide a solid foundation for instruction. They certainly are, an update from the materials that, are copyrighted from 1999. I think they were mentioning that the US history book talks about the coming advent of the internet. So I think we owe it to our students to give them instructional materials that are sort of reflective of what's happening currently in this day and time. And so I think, yeah, there's great excitement about using these materials, and there was a broad base of teachers that were involved in piloting. So we're happy to bring this forward for them.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, so I actually didn't read out all the agenda items, which I believe I'm supposed to do. So we're moving on from our discussion of 15-1, which I already read, 15-2, adoption of instructional materials for AHS economics, and 15-3, adoption of instructional materials for AHS psychology. So we will then, we already did item 15-4, the AMS proposed bell schedule change. So we now move into our review and action items. And the first one is 16-1, the Board of Education meeting schedule for 2021-22. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Wells.
Well, Ms. Shin and I had a chance to look at some possibilities in terms of our upcoming regular board schedule. And so before you have location to be determined. Ms. Shin could talk about that. She did most of the research on that. And what you have before you is the regular schedule for the 2021 school year -22. And so on the screen, you can see the schedule in the form of a snapshot. I think if you could keep it moving, Ms. Shin, and bring it up some more and pause about there. For the board to take a peek at it. They also have this in their board packet, so they looked at that, and then maybe go down some more all the way to June 30th. And keep in mind, they did have a chance to look at this in their board packet. And this is the proposed regular board schedule. Of course, this doesn't include all the workshops and things of that sort that we are going to build as we go. But this is the schedule that we are hoping that the board can approve tonight so that we can start making arrangements to be in person and be on the regular channels that we once were 15 months ago. And there you have it again in front of you.
Great, thank you. So there is some degree of uncertainty about meeting locations, which we won't be able to determine tonight. So our goal is to have the dates approved tonight. And then as we get more information about what facilities will be available to us at the city, then we'll come back with that information. Yeah, Trustee Corzo.
Just looking at what was presented, is this also an approval of the 7 p.m. open session start time?
Yes, so 7 p.m. is our actual board policy for open session start time, and it used to be our practice. It has moved earlier with Zoom, partly because we can start earlier. In the past, when we were in person, there were two factors. One is that people had to leave work and be able to get to a board meeting and closed session. So we need at least an hour for closed session before open session, in addition to that transportation time. That hasn't been an issue this year, which is why we've been able to move them earlier. There have also been issues getting access to the city facility before 5 or 5:30. Again, we don't know what facility we'll be using, but I think we can. 7 p.m. was the time that we've traditionally done. It's the time that we did in order to build in enough closed session time before the meeting. You know, many people will be going back to work in person, if not everybody. So I think we can still consider that a constraint. sorry, I just explained why we did 7, but I didn't ask you if you had some thoughts about it.
That was my only question.
Any other questions, or we can approve the dates?
Okay, well, I guess I'll just motion that we approve the dates. However, I would like to make an amendment that we potentially revisit the 7 p.m. start time based on people's schedules in the future. And as Superintendent Wells mentioned, that we hold ourselves to some sort of timeline on the back end there, because these late meetings are getting really difficult.
I have my
So
picket.
is that a motion? Sorry.
You know, I have my picket sign here saying no more 8-hour board meetings, just an FYI.
I'm trying my best to keep this one on time. So is that a motion to approve the proposal for the dates and the 7 p.m. time currently? And then
it's a motion to approve the dates and maybe add a sentence that sometimes the 7 p.m. will be considered, especially if we have a long meeting. Maybe we can start those at 6:30. I don't know how that works. So I guess we just have to motion that we approve it as is and go with it.
I think we need, I don't know. I think we can decide in the fall if we want to change the times of meetings. I think that's easier for us to do later than to change the dates, because we need to have the dates in order to start figuring out where we can hold them. Is that
I move that we approve the
sense to you,
dates.
Mission? Okay.
I move
And
that
we
we
need to
approve the
put
dates.
times on the calendar. Yeah.
I second, I think.
Madam Chair, can we repeat the motion just so that I'm clear?
The motion is to approve the, hang on, let me look at the backup of the item so I get it exactly right.
But no, that wasn't, I think
finding it.
Trustee Davidson might have made a motion that's different from the backup, which is okay. That's why I'm asking.
Right, no, I'm just trying to see if the backup actually has language about the specific time. It actually, the agenda item, it does specifically say open session begins at 7 p.m. How about if we say the schedule of regular meetings, this exact page, except that it says open session typically begins at 7 p.m. And then we will revisit when we discuss, we're actually have this item on an agenda June 22nd when we discuss some other agenda issues. One of them was to possibly discuss the start time of meetings.
Okay, what is the motion?
The motion is to approve the schedule of regular meetings as this document is shown, with a list of dates, but instead of saying open session begins at 7 p.m., that it will say open session typically begins at 7 p.m. And then we can change that in the future if we vote.
Okay, thank you. I think we had a second on that one. Is that correct, Trustee Boyd?
Yes, second.
President Hinckley, if you don't mind, I'm just sharing the screens to be completely accurate. So here, the schedule, we're just amending it to say typically begins at 7 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So a roll call. Student Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Trustee Mallow.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley. President Hinckley?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Great. The item passes unanimously. And we now move on to item 16-2, the Board Appointed Student Achievement Committee.
The Board Appointed Student Achievement Committee is an offspring of the Superintendent Student Achievement Task Force. And so the committee recommended that it be an ongoing standing committee of an issue of this magnitude was necessary. So the board took action, or we asking the board to take action, it did take action. And what we have tonight before you is a proposed, not only a proposed rationale, but a process for securing membership as we move forward. And facilitating the presentation of the review and action tonight will be our Assistant Superintendent, Marie Williams.
Good evening again. I think Dr. Wells captured that incredibly succinctly. So at our last 2 board meetings ago, I believe, we brought this item for review and discussion. And this evening, the item is coming back to you, the board to appoint, approve the establishment of a committee. And so the related documents will outline for you how we will go about recruiting members, the timeline for that recruitment, the medium for such recruitment, and then also the composition of the Student Achievement Committee. There was some question at the last review and discussion item around sort of what exactly the role of this committee would be. And so we took a look at that again. And so certainly we want this body to serve as the advisory body for the district's LCAP. I think it's really important that as we're having these different conversations about student achievement, that we are aligning and integrating to the greatest extent possible, so that these conversations are happening coherently and not in lots of different places. And then also just sort of identifying a couple of the roles of the committee. One would be to review student achievement metrics and recommend strategies. And then the second, to review metrics related to the second goal of our LCAP, which is support for the whole child. And I think that in terms of other sort of objectives or goals for this committee, I really think that that would be a really great sort of first or second meeting for this body to come together and then sort of co-create also sort of, how they see themselves being involved in carrying out our district's mission around improving outcomes. I think it's I think it's really great that we come with ideas about how we want to do things, but I think sometimes it's also really important to make room for the voices of the parents to sort of be involved in the co-creation. And so we've sort of have the purpose in this regard, leave some room for there to be some input from parents as this committee comes together. So if the board approves the establishment of this committee, beginning tomorrow, we will advertise openings and this would come back to you, I believe now in August, given the timeline for final approval. And so happy to entertain any questions or comments at this time. And thank you, Dr. Wells, for the great introduction.
I just have to say, you're too kind. And we will return the favor on June 22nd, as Trustee Doss mentioned earlier.
I have just a process question. So you mentioned that the board would actually be voting on the appointments in August, but we're asking folks to submit their applications by June 23rd. I'm wondering if you think there's an issue with that long gap between when people apply and when we would actually decide. Is it possible to maybe do that later?
On second thought, good catch, good point, President Hinckley. I think we can always change the date to have more continuity, because that is a big gap. So nothing precludes us from adjusting the date to doing the advertisement in August, which when people are back, we can capture them, and then starting our meetings the following month.
Trustee Corzo Clark.
I also Just, I think I said this last time this item came up, but in regards to the student members, obviously, you know, the term was 2 years as stipulated in the backup, but obviously if a student graduates, then they're not going to be a student for the next year of that term, and whether or not there would be sort of regular openings, or like how the district would take applications, if it would just be the same thing where a student as a position is freed up, then they'd send out an application for a certain period, but just clarifying the protocols around that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the last thing we want to do is sort of create a barrier to anybody feeling like they can apply. And so if a student who were a senior were inclined to apply and join the committee and then graduated, then the seat that they vacate would be advertised, and we would, you know, recruit another student. You know, typically, like at the secondary level, for example, site councils have students sit on the council for a year. So I think it's not unreasonable that a student might serve a year and do a really great year of providing input. And we continue to fill those seats as they become available. Yeah, but thank you for asking that clarifying question, because I do think folks should feel welcome and invited to apply, and not feel like their their class status should be a barrier to that. Grade level status is a barrier to that.
Any other questions, board, before we move? Yeah, Trustee Durham.
I wanted to say that this Student Achievement Committee is going to be so very important. And I'm a little concerned about the introduction of it to this committee and the kind of information that they're getting from this backup, because, and I want to mention two areas. I did remember when Assistant Superintendent Williams had talked about LCAP sort of merging in a way with this committee, or this LCAP being under the responsibility of the committee. And really, in thinking about it, I'm concerned that the LCAP is so important, and work that took you know, months and months over a period of time to address the next year and what changes would be made. Whereas the Achievement Committee can go in such various ways that if it has to keep being pulled back to the LCAP to do some legal requirements, that it's going to sort of divide the committee in terms of its attention away from what it's trying to do and what the requirements of the LCAP are. So since you are number one expert in this, would you be able to speak to that and how you see that process?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would say first and foremost, you know, the LCAP can be much more than a legal document. I think that the LCAP can be the document wherein a district really sort of names, highlights, surfaces, lifts up its priorities around student achievement, around whole child supports, and around communication. I think in order for us to make the kinds of changes we are seeking, in order for us to move in the direction of improving student outcomes that we are hoping for, I really think that conversation is one conversation, right? I think if we think of the LCAP as a document that sort of sits off to the side that you know, somebody just does because it's a compliance document, I think that's a missed opportunity to sort of really have a coherent conversation about how we are improving outcomes for students. I think, you know, the LCAP really sort of speaks to how are we closing equity and opportunity gaps for students. And I think sort of merging that conversation, merging this group with this document really provides an opportunity for this document maybe to become sort of more alive, more meaningful maybe than it has been for us in past years. I think in terms of sort of timeline, I would say, well, I'll say another thing and then I'll talk about the timeline. I'll say that one of the things we tried to do when we put the LCAP Advisory Committee together was include parents from, sort of different areas of our community, in the same way that we're trying to sort of have that happen for the Student Achievement Committee. So in some ways, we're sort of duplicating our efforts, I would say. And then the last thing I would say about that is, in terms of sort of timeline, in terms of sort of getting our attention pulled away or distracted, I actually think that this body can really serve our purposes in a really meaningful way if, for example, in the fall, we are sort of beginning to take a look at sort of the progress monitoring, right? We've identified some metrics in the LCAP. We've identified some baselines and some pieces that we really sort of want to be paying attention to. And so I think it's really important that there's an established body that exists throughout the life of a school year that's continuously going back and taking a look at that data. I think one of the disadvantages, if there have been any, to our LCAP process, sort of starting in January and then ending in May, is that, and you know this, Trustee Duran, because you've been on the committee for some time, as have you, as Board Trustee Corzo-Clark, we are sort of moving at a breakneck speed to get the document written. So we're quickly going through, metrics, and we're sort of quickly going through stakeholder input, and then we're sort of quickly going to the writing of it, where I think if we were beginning those conversations in September and October, then we could really sort of be digging into the data. Trustee Duran, you've got lots of really great comments and suggestions about how we should be looking at that data. And so I think sort of, creating like a space for this conversation to sort of be really real and meaningful, I think would be really beneficial. So my sort of personal preference as a person who has been involved in the development of the LCAP is that the Student Achievement Committee is the perfect place for that conversation to reside. But that's just one person's opinion.
The other comment that I wanted to make was, in looking at, once again, the background information and the purpose and identifying gaps, the way the information is presented, it goes all the way back to 2018, right? 2019. And there's no mention at all about the about the fast bridge and the more current statistics that we have. And so if this is, the approach, we're starting off already with data that's older. And I think I would like the new committee to really understand that there's more data than the 2018, 2019, and certainly the way it's presented to folks. Like here, for example, it's addressed in the traditional way that the state addresses it, right? In terms of the percentage of kids that are succeeding or exceeding. And in fact, this committee is specifically to look at the kids that are not meeting those standards. And so how you present the data is so key. And I know you referred to it tonight, but I just want us to be sure that we start off on the right foot in terms of even trying to have bring people on board and wanting to be part of this committee, that they start seeing the data in a different way and not the traditional way that it's rolled out by school districts.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things to that. I think, for the purposes of encouraging and inviting folks to want to apply to be a part of the committee, given that it sounds like we're going to be moving the application process to maybe a little later in the summer or the fall. There's certainly, it was not my intention to provide the board backup as part of the recruitment materials. I think there's an opportunity, as you say, to sort of really lay out what is the state of the district in terms of student achievement and really sort of tell that compelling story as a part of the recruitment effort. The second thing I would say about the presentation is that, sort of those are really great conversations to have with the committee. I think, when we're thinking about gaps, I think we can conceptualize that in a couple different ways. I think one way to think about a gap is the gap between your performance and my performance, right? Another way to think about the gap, and as you're describing it, is sort of the numbers of students sort of not not meeting the standards, right? And I think, data is just a tool, and it does not give us all of the answers in just the looking at it. And so I think it's really important that, sort of, and I said this, I think, in the response to the questions, and maybe last time, is that one of sort of the first jobs of this committee is to really get clear about sort of the language that you want to use to talk about data, the kinds of metrics that you want to see and how you want those arrayed. And do you want student sizes or do you want percentages? Because I think there are, any number, endless ways of sort of looking at data. And so I think, that would be really important for the committee to sort of do that. And then the last thing I'll say to your comment is, I think absolutely we can look at data in non-traditional ways. And then I think then, we want to be able to translate that back to, this old compliance document called the ALCAP, where we do have to write about sort of, how students are performing relative to, sort of their group growth, but also sort of how they're performing relative to other groups. So I just think there's a lot of, really sort of exciting pieces that can come out of putting this group together. And I think that some of your concerns, Trustee Duran, could be addressed by providing some nice recruitment literature for folks, and then also bringing these conversations to the committee. So thank you.
I was going to call for a point of clarification because I think these are wonderful discussions best have with the groups that are formed, because we're now mixing the what and the how. And so we're still on the what. And I really appreciate Trustee Duran question and essential issues that need to be addressed at the table with the committee as soon as we form it.
And there will be 2 board members on the committee, which we will also need to vote on in August. So we do have a public comment, which I'm going to promote now. Olga. Go ahead, Olga.
I'm still here. Yes, I am. I want to be able to point out, I think on this plan, I really do appreciate the effort that's being done, but I also want to, I've met with a few families from this incident that we just had and are recovering from. And I would just say that right now, families, whether we're advocating for disability rights and our students, whether they're Latino or African-American or Asian, I think a lot of the families that I've spoken to, I think we're ready to call for a summit, to be able to call for a summit on being able to have these interventions and what that will mean for the community. Albany schools were one of those was one of those districts that everybody wanted to be here. And right now, since there have been issues that have not been addressed or treated right, it's kind of become the district that, you get your hands full of what you probably didn't want in the first place. And these issues are not addressed for families of color in Albany. So I know in talking with a lot of community members and families whose children are directly affected, whether they're on the spectrum of disability rights, that we really need to be able to come together as far as how is our community going to better, but through the academics of our children's successes, right? The district celebrates all of the extra achievements that the kids that are really good students that can get you the A's, that are overachievers, but it does not embrace, and there hasn't been enough of an intervention for children of color in Albany. And so we're kind of at a point where we're like, we've waited long enough. There has to be a summit. There has to be a better way how to serve these students. And saying, well, there's not enough room is not a good enough of an excuse. So I appreciate Marie, this entire work and the presentation, but I really think that as a community and a mom and an ally, we have to be able to have much stronger interventions in the fall than just come in with a working plan. It has to happen through tutoring and support for students. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice President Doss.
Yeah, sorry. If we still have Olga there, And maybe we can give her another minute and 30 seconds, because I'm wondering what she meant by a summit, and I was hoping for some clarification around that, if that's all right.
So are you interested in whether that's something that this committee could take on, or you want to know what Olga is hoping for?
I wanted to know like what she's hoping for, so that the committee could determine if it's something they would want to take on, but I'm just hoping for some clarification from her as to kind of what she was looking for in terms of that.
So I'll let her decide if she wants to raise her hand again, but I do want us to, I'm trying to keep us on task. So I know that one of the ideas that was discussed at the last time this item was brought was that this committee, when it begins in the fall, could take on things like community forums or I don't know if summit's the right word, but other educational efforts for the community to try to broaden who's involved in those conversations. So I think the first step is to get the committee in place, get folks interested, people like Olga who might want to apply to be members, and then do some planning around events and other things that this committee may want to do in order to get the kind of work done that Assistant Superintendent Williams and Superintendent Wells have discussed, and Trustee Duran bringing the data forward and then figuring out how do we think differently about how we engage students and families. Any other questions or a motion to move forward with this committee?
I'll motion that we approve to establish a board-appointed student achievement committee, and also approve the application that's been presented before us.
I second.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
Student Trustee Mallow,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Great. The motion passes unanimously, and we look forward to having the committee get to work in the fall. So I am going to ask, so we have 8 minutes left in our meeting time. I'm going to ask that we do an extension vote now. We have one more item left, which is set for 25 minutes. So I'm actually just going to move that we extend the meeting 30 minutes to 11:15 p.m.
A second.
Student Trustee Corso Clark,
Yes.
Student Trustee Mallow,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley, Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Great. The meeting is extended to 11:15 unanimously. So we now have our last action item, the Albany Children's Center preschool fee increase. I will
I would
hand it over.
go
ahead.
Albany Children's Center, and I think it's more accurately described as, or it should be delineated as, our preschool program. And as you all know, our preschool program is defined as a supplemental program, a program that districts are not required to run. However, we in Albany do run a preschool program, and it's important that the preschool program is a self-sufficient ran program financially, where it does not impact our TK-12 funding. And so in that vein, we bring forth tonight proposed funding increase for preschool. And so in the backup, you can see some of the details along with the rationale of why we're doing this. But I was hoping we get into the one-sheeter budget so I can walk the board through that and not to back up. And so you have before you our preschool proposed budget. As you can see, we are among or the lowest fee program in the area, and yet we have the longest hours where kids can come about 7 in the morning and stay till 6 at night. And we charge what is considered a below scale rate to our fee-based payers. And so, for example, you see the state contract, we get $731,000. Family fees bring in another $295,000, and you see all the others for a total expenditure of 1,000. I mean 100. You see the figure and the deficit of 196,000. But here's something to point out, and we had some discussions with our attorneys that because the preschool is a supplemental program, we are required to charge a fee somewhere near market rate. And historically, or recently, we have not done that. And my understanding from consulting with the attorneys is that when we didn't know it, we may be able to get a pass on that. But once we know this, and in full disclosure, we're required to charge a fee for the use of the facilities. And so what you don't have here, also, we have a deficit of 200,000. That's not the complete deficit because it does not include the market rate fees that we are required to charge moving forward. And so you can see currently we have a deficit of 200,000+. And so we have to do something different so that program can become self-sufficient. And so that's why we're asking for a more competitive market rate and an increase of $300 to our fee-paying families.
Is it okay if we ask questions?
No, not at this time. It's too late. Okay, good. I got everybody's awake.
I like that strategy. I have one. So one of the questions we asked, or someone asked, I don't actually remember if it was me, was how many full fee families we already have enrolled. And it looked like we only had one. So I'm wondering if we expect to be able to fill all 17 of those spots since it starts July 1st.
There you go. Thank you.
The short answer is yes. We usually have a waiting list. And in years past, we've been able to fulfill our contract of 55 subsidized families. And then we've easily been able to fill the rest with full paying families, or there's a combination. For example, subsidies could come with fees depending on the income levels of the family. And then full paying families, of course, could also reach out. But Dr. Wells was correct. Most of our families take advantage of the longer day that we afford all of our preschool families.
So you have a waiting list sufficient to fill all those spots by July 1st?
Yes, we usually do. You're right.
Okay, great. Vice President.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information. Makes a lot of sense, especially when we're talking about, market rate and kind of bringing things to where they need to be. And appreciate the explanation around the program being self-sufficient. The only question that I have is, so this is an increase. Is there a plan in place for families that might not necessarily fall in the category of the being subsidized for the program, but the additional $300 might cause a hardship for one reason or another. Is there discussion around things we might be able to do for those families if they, mention that?
There's some discussion, but it's more on the side of how do we assist the preschool in becoming more self-sufficient, and that because they're typically a waiting list, families are still getting a significantly better deal compared to the other preschools in the area with the $300 long overdue increase because of the extended hours from 7 a.m. I think it is till 6 p.m. And other programs don't offer that kind of service for that kind of money.
So I think the answer to your question is no, that all 17 full fee families would pay the $1,750.
Okay.
Trustee David.
Sorry, can I ask for a little more clarification? The numbers are not making sense for me. The proposed increase gives us $61,200, but we have a loss of $196,781. So we're offsetting a third of our loss with this increase, but it doesn't seem to fix it all to me.
We would have to look at other additional strategies to mitigate this, but this kind of is a step in the right direction in terms of helping the preschool become more self-sufficient. The other thing we are going to have to consider doing, just as a side note, is that we may make that a multi-use facility where we can reduce the overhead as well. For example, we are having discussions about moving our special ed department over there because of the space available and because it's ADA compliant, and at our district office in Berkeley, it's not ADA compliant and it's an issue, and we don't need to wait till we get an official complaint. We need to be proactive in relocating our special ed, but that's a side note.
My second part of that is, so the rest of that we're just paying for out of the general fund, or?
Ooh,
So,
yeah, oh.
yeah, so we're.
Historically, we've paid
We
for
have
it with the other part of ACC, I believe, not with the
Okay.
general fund.
Okay.
Doing this, yeah, that's correct. That's the good news. And so as soon
Okay.
as we get our program up and running, although preschool may not be self-sufficient, it can be supplemented with the after-school program because that is a moneymaker program.
Vice President Doss, sorry, I think I lowered your hand earlier by accident.
No, it's fine. And I appreciate you kind of getting a direct answer for my previous question. I have some follow-ups. So we're talking about the program increase for the full fee families. We do also have subsidized families, right? And the payment for those families comes from the state or whatnot. I don't know the details, but I believe that's where it comes from. If we're increasing this, are we also going to be increasing the amount for those families as well, so that the money that is paid by the state, will that amount go up as well? So we'll receive more money for those families. And then the same way that the after school program is kind of helps us to break even, could that potentially help to break even so that we don't have to raise the fee for the full paying families? Because I believe we just did an increase recently, and this is the second increase. The previous one I think was for like $150 or $200. I don't remember off the top of my head. So that'll be a total of $500, which is still like a bargain compared to the other places around. So I'm not saying that it's that, but I'm just wondering if that is an option. And then my final question is, with the increase, will there be an increase in services provided, or Will there be any changes to the actual programming?
For the subsidized folks, the state sets the rate on what we get for that, so we have no jurisdiction over that. We have it for the fee-paying families, and we increase. You just enlightened me to something I didn't know. You mentioned that we recently increased by $150. I was not aware of that, which would be a total of $450, I guess, over X number of years. But this is our current fee structure. And I thought we had a comparative analysis one-sheeter. Ms. Shin, do we have that with us? Or was that just for our own study session, where it has a comparative fee rate of what people paying throughout our immediate area? And so we're charging the least amount, and even at the $300 rate, we're still below the average and still a very attractive program for a number of reasons. To your question about, are we going to increase the services around that? No, we were not planning on doing anything parallel where we increase activity or services. It was just the fee.
Okay, I mean, I think that's pretty much maybe because so I'm not sure if the other, I mean, because we're well below, all of the other programs. And I'm not sure if the other programs also have subsidized folks that participate in those programs. But I guess my question is just on the lines of, if the other places have subsidized individuals there and they're charging more, and they're charging way more than we are, I'm just thinking in terms of the state sets the rate, but do they set the rate based on like the surrounding area? I mean, but or do they just set it to where they're paying? I'm assuming can we bring it up to whatever the market rate is? Hey, everybody else in our area is charging this amount. We're charging way below that, but obviously it costs this amount to run this program. This is what the surrounding areas are paying. I'm just wondering if there's any
No.
Okay, so there's nothing we can do there to say, hey, this is what.
I wouldn't say that. We can always write our legislators and advocate for increased formula. So I won't say there's nothing we can do. We can always talk to our legislators, but no, we don't have any jurisdiction on the reimbursement.
Trustee Davidson.
Okay, so the goal of this is to make this program more financially solvent. And when I'm looking at the other rates of preschools around us, everyone is far above us unless it's a co-op where parents put in hours and offset some of these teacher salaries. So I guess I'm wondering why, not that I want us to raise it more than the $300, but how did we land on a $300 increase that's still leaving our program so far below, but offering so many more hours?
There was no scientific formula we used other than looking at the comparative analysis. And we wanted to also be not have a sticker shock and do something gradually. And we thought 300 was keep us below a sticker shock, but would make it a bit more competitive given what we offer from 7:30 to 6 p.m. with lunch and several snacks throughout the day. And so that's how we landed on that.
I guess from a business owner's perspective, if we're running this as a business, which unfortunately this part of it all feels like, I wouldn't stand behind that as a business decision because it's still not creating a profitable program. So I guess I would ask if there's I guess I would want to see the other ways that we have some assurances, and if there's a wait list every year, we're certain of it. Again, being someone who has struggled to pay for childcare in the Bay Area, I completely respect this decision, but I'm also balancing it with the fact that we're, looking at the budget. So I guess I would want the assurances that we think we're going to get the after school up and running this year, and it's going to offset all of that et cetera?
Well, if we were to really do a deeper dive into our analysis and look at preschool, what we didn't give you was the typical preschool salary for teachers and teachers' aides and a requirement to become a preschool teacher, and how we rank among the state in terms of what we pay for preschool staff, more specifically teachers, where you're required to have 12 units, and so they pay you commensurate with that. We are a little different. Somehow, way back when, we pay preschool teachers the same thing we pay K-8 teachers, and that's very uncommon. And so we have an expensive, a super expensive expenditure on the salary and health benefits side in preschool that is very different from other preschool programs, because the subsidy programs don't pay enough to pay what we typically pay our teachers for a preschool program. And it's very different. They're not required to have the credentials that a TK-12 has and that kind of thing, but they get the same salary in this district that the teachers who have to go to school for X number of years earn a degree and get a credential and our master's. So that's important to note. That's how we get to where we are. But it never been an issue, as our Madam Chair, President Hinckley mentioned, because the after-school program is a moneymaker, and it historically supplemented the preschool.
So I saw Executive Director Ritchie has her hand up. I wanted to give her a chance to respond before I go to the other board members.
Thank you. Just to add on to what Dr. Wells mentioned in terms of our rationale for the proposed $300 increase, the Budget Advisory Committee had a subcommittee. I helped chair the Albany Children's Center subcommittee meetings. And within that meeting, we did our research. We looked at what the average was in our community. We decided then to propose to the average. That was going to be the 1750 range. So we vetted it through the Budget Advisory Committee. We vetted it through our internal advisory committee at Albany Children's Center, so that that's where we came up with the proposal for $300. Again, it brought us up to the community average.
I missed the line, I'm sorry, where it says currently is the 1450. So if I add the 300, that makes more sense. So I apologize for not seeing that all the way. Thank you so much for clarifying.
It's okay. It's only after 11 o'clock.
Trustee.
I noticed that those programs, I believe all of them were private preschools. Berkeley Unified has a preschool program. I'm wondering, what are the comparable, what are the rates for BUSD and Oakland Unified? Have you done a comparison with those preschools, just to give us an idea of what other districts are actually charging their families?
We can research that, but I know that some of those districts have a resident tuition versus a non-resident tuition. So we can look and see if Berkeley Unified, for example, has that different scale when it comes to their resident tuition. That was one other thing we were looking at as well.
So we do have public comment that I'm going to move to before we finish up board discussion. Stephen Naif.
Hi, just a quick point of clarification. Dr. Wells, I wanted to make sure that even though the ACC preschool teachers are part of Albany Teachers Association, they actually do have a very different salary schedule than regular teachers. So I just want to make sure that was clear, that they do not receive the same salary, unfortunately, I would say, as our regular teachers. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, thank you for that, Stephen. But maybe I should have been more specific. I think it was about, the salary package is about 130,000 that we looked at, and I don't know how far off that is, but it's very far off of a typical preschool teacher with the qualifications
Sure.
that.
Yes.
So, but
Sorry.
thank
Thank you, Dr. Wells. I think part of that also is that we have these our teachers at the ACC have like 30 years of experience, right? So that's what we're paying for, not a brand new teacher starting at the bottom of the salary schedule, for sure.
Right. And so what I was doing, just a comparative to what we have, what we didn't present is that what is a typical preschool teacher is paid in the area. We haven't presented that versus what we pay. And with teachers, we're fortunate because our teachers at the preschool just happen to have degrees and decades of experience, which makes the program a wonderful program for our children. So I want to highlight that too, Mr. Nathan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for helping us clarify that. Any other questions, board, or some action on this item? We can also ask for additional information later, separate from taking action. Yeah, sorry, Trustee Davidson, I don't know if you were about to speak.
Well, I was going to make a motion that we approve the fee increase for the Albany Children's Center preschool program.
A second. That came out weird, sorry.
It's after 11. Everything's forgiven.
I'm still
for you.
Okay. Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
and I hope you can forgive me. I think I lost track of who goes next. So I'm going to start with Vice President Doss.
I went first last time.
Okay, thank you. So President Hinckley, we move to you.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
I abstain.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
The item passes with 4 votes and 1 abstention by Trustee Duran. And I think I also heard, well, we'll move into upcoming agenda items and matters. On this one, I heard some requests for more information about a longer term fiscal strategy for ACC. And looking back at our other items, I don't think I have any other further agenda items except for clarifications on the things that are coming back to us, such as the middle school bell schedule. One was in the fall or next year, a more detailed enrollment analysis and perhaps a more detailed Friday update on the IDT application process, advertising, etc. Are there any other agenda items that I missed or that folks want to add themselves? Yes, Trustee.
Trustee Boyd, you can go first.
Thank you. This is a part of enrollment. I'm not sure if it's necessary or helpful to actually highlight it, but I just want to make sure that the kindergarten, half day versus full day in particular is a part of that deep dive. Thanks.
Well, that's what I was going to mention too. So there we go.
In terms of asking whether that attributed to it or getting clarity on whether it will revert back to a full day after the house.
I would say both, and also a comparison of, like, when we talk about the lowering of enrollment numbers across our area so that we're not alone, a comparison as to, if there are places that are offering a longer kindergarten day and what their dip in enrollment looks like compared to ours, like if it's possible to get that sort of particular on it.
Great. Vice President.
So point of clarification there, does that need to be its own agenda item? Because when we made the change the first time around, it was its own specific agenda item. So does it need to be its own specific item this time around as well?
I'm going to ask Superintendent Wells to update us on that in a Friday update. Because I don't know the answer. Any other agenda items or follow-ups from this? So our last meeting is June 22nd. Next week, we have a special meeting, a public meeting of the board self-evaluation, where we will also discuss goals for the coming year. And then June 22nd is our last one. So you guys get some sleep, but Audrey and Leo, again, we look forward to seeing your smiling faces on Friday at graduation. And thank you for hanging in there. We finished your last meeting before midnight and not very late. So
really,
thanks again for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really gonna miss hanging out with you both. I look forward to Friday and just celebrating all of your accomplishments and yelling really loud and embarrassing you. So get ready for that, because it's coming and it's gonna happen. But just thank you for everything. And I gotta say one more time before we go, because I told Marie that I was gonna embarrass her at this next meeting. I'm really sad. Deep down inside, this is breaking my heart, Marie, and I don't know if all this sappy stuff is helping you to change your mind. I don't know if it is or not. But it's truly been a pleasure. So thank you everybody for your time tonight. I know it's late, but I appreciate all of your hard work, and we wouldn't be where we are right now if it wasn't for each and every person on this screen and the people off the screen and the parents and the teachers. And I know that they have early classes in the morning, but they stick around and participate and just make this district better. So we got to just keep up the good fight, and we'll get to where we want to be if we keep moving forward. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We are adjourned. See many of you Friday.
Thank you. Bye.